We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective, I will be we will be doing a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you'd like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over on as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. Energy's a little weird right now, isn't it? We're going to talk a little bit about it. I kind of told you that this was going to happen. Okay. I feel like I've been saying for quite a minute, for quite a long minute, that this month was going to be kind of bonkers in terms of the energy. There's a lot of shifts that are happening this month, and the thing about it I want to kind of describe is, it's like the best way I can describe this type of energy is, and you have to kind of understand this. There's something inherently clumsy that we're identifying with this energy. Okay. And the reason I explain this is because the shift that we've experienced between that full moon in Sagittarius that we had, I know it was less than a month ago. I bet it feels like it was a million years ago, up until the full moon that we're having now, which is a Capricorn moon. That's a big shift, because there was a new moon in Gemini between those 2 lunation cycles. And the way I need to describe it, and you'll remember, I was cautioning you about this, okay? I was cautioning you about the fact that Sagittarius full moons, right? Sagittarius full moons, particularly during Taurus seasons, or can often create, right? They can often create that feeling of super strength. Okay, is the best way I can describe it. It's like it's super. It's like it was a Sagittarius and Gemini season, right? But it was coming out of the Taurus season. So Sagittarius and Gemini can often create, right, the feeling of the feeling of super strength. And you know, a Gemini moon right after that can sometimes feel like the strength that dissipates. But it's not the fact that the strength that dissipates. You have to understand that Gemini energy is often about working into the array, right? So what do we have? We have that strong man Sagittarian energy in Gemini season, right? The work of many in one, right? I can do it. And then Gemini new moon in Gemini season, which can feel, right? It can feel like a lot of that energy kind of dissipating, but it's not dissipating. What you have to understand is it's working into the array, which is being able to effectively set the pace of things, or doing things in a way that feel energetically productive. Now, we've got a Capricorn full moon coming up, right? And I like the fact that we're moving into a Capricorn new moon at the same time as we've got a few other things that are happening. That's a big full moon coming up. Not so much given the fact that the moon's going into Capricorn, which is cool. But and you know, it's but more so in Cancer season. But more so, the thing that's really important about that is right at the same around the same time that we've got that Capricorn full moon coming up. Mercury is also going into retrograde, and Jupiter is moving into Venus. Okay, and the one thing I feel like we're already starting. I'm in the midst of writing the article to kind of walk you guys through what I'm seeing on this. But the thing you have to understand is, what do those signs? What does that work in combination often articulate? Like, what does it often speak to us about? It speaks to us about the observation of understanding that who we are in our smallest moments is who we are on our larger moments, right? It's working into that sense of proportionality. And it's the understanding, right? And this is often what we talk about in terms of understanding that there are no lost gestures to a certain extent, because those subtle things that we do often speak volumes towards what it is that we energetically ideal or aspire towards, right? And it's hard, right? Because often we're working into that space and it's not easy. And we often wish that there was more that we can do, but we effectively, and you'll often see this, there are individuals who effectively do everything they can to the best of their abilities. And then there are individuals who see how little one can energetically do. And what I tell you, what if I told you that propulsion, right, is unique because it identifies our own energetic signature. And when we think about signatures, then we understand that we're conscientious of our own propulsion points, right? Which is the ability by which we effectively feel inclined to do something, or feel the sense or the space of putting energetic work towards things. And you'll often see this, like when you're working through things, and I feel like that's a word that's going to be coming up a lot as we move into that Cancer, the Capricorn full moon in Cancer season, because when you put those two signs together, that's almost what it feels like it sings to, right? Proportionate propulsion, which is the understanding that when one is trying to do something effectively, one moves something, right? One moves something into a healthy direction, but one doesn't energetically force, right? Because it's understanding that that is how we become elegant in our own energy, right? This is what we mean by observing, not absorbing. This is what we mean about taking decisive steps instead of rash ones, right? So I think that there's something very important about that, because it speaks towards a lot of the work that we see that's being navigated in this full moon cycle. However, I would not be surprised if you're experiencing this time in between that new moon and this full moon, um, with a bit of uncomfortability, or navigating or observing things that make one feel energetically uncomfortable, because you have to recognize that uncomfortability points, by their very nature, ask us to be able to answer the call, right? They give us the ability, right? It's the observation of being able to see something and to allow for the context of doing it, but not just in the context of doing it, but being able to explain or articulate the importance of it. And this was coming through very heavily in our last energetic read, because we did a harmonic read recently. And one of the things to notice about that particular energetic read was the fact that we had a lot of cards on the table, and the only card that was in its transverse was the Queen of Wands. And the thing about it is, and here's the thing I like about a Queen of Wands in its transverse, a Queen of Wands in its transverse is actually in its most beautified state. Right? I talk a lot about this when I'm teaching on the cards. Depending the direction of some of the cards can actually be more beneficial to the card than specifically being in its upright. And the reason that that Queen of Wands in its transverse was in its beautified state is it talks about the fact that a beautified state is all about the right attitude, right? It's the conversation that we have in relationality to the way that we effectively address or navigate things. And so I think it's really interesting because I feel like to a certain extent, I would not be surprised if there are experiences by which you're going through right now and you're seeing like missing pieces, or you're seeing things that don't energetically add up. And your ability of effectively stepping forward and being able to articulate upon it allows the context of something being even better than it was before. So there's something very significant and important about those journeys. Now, as it relates to, and it was also very intriguing because we started that read with a Queen of Pentacles in its reversal, and we ended the read with the Hermit card in its reversal, which is the identification and the understanding of what it means to be, in one's full comprehension, right? Because when one is working into the space of being fastidious with one's energy, it's not the context by which you do something for the sake of another, or it's not the state by which you do something in the centering of the self, but it's often in the space by which one is working selflessly towards things that one is able to identify and navigate the true nature and shape of healthy partnership. And so I think it's really interesting because for those relationships that are just coming together right now, and these are specifically those strength relationships that were coming together, that had started coming together since that Taurus new moon cycle that we experienced in May. I basically see the individuals within those cycles being represented by the cards that we saw in that first row, which was effectively a Queen of Pentacles in its reversal, or a Hermit card in its reversal. And that speaks towards the energy that is focusing on getting stronger. And how are they getting stronger? They're addressing their vulnerabilities. Vulnerability first, right? The ability to effectively attenuate or address what isn't working that allows something to work better than it ever has before. And that's either the energy that is identifying and embracing the journey that they themselves have experienced as it relates to their own transformation processes. So honoring their transformational journeys, or these are new relationships that are coming together, being more authentic to one another about who they are than they ever have before. This also brings us into, and it's not easy, right? Especially given the fact that we saw on that journey, there was that Nine of Wands in its upright with the Judgment card in its reversal, which is why we talk about, right? This is why we talk about the importance of being able to do our shadow work effectively. Because if you aren't ready to feel vulnerable or uncomfortable, one can never begin to enter the journey of self discovery, right? It's the vulnerability that one embraces that leads one on that journey. So I think that there's something really important about that, because I feel like that is the energy that not only are they being more gentle with themselves on that journey, but they're also, right? They're also utilizing that authenticity to help build into better alignment with energy that gets it, right? It's just like, it's like the energy that it's like when it's like, how can you find energy that gets it if you don't allow for the authenticity to show? Now, for the energy that is moving deeper into divine union, we have these are effectively the world relationships. Now, the world relationships were coming together between the time of that new moon in Taurus that we spoke about, that was during Taurus season, all the way leading back into the Capricorn new moon that we had in Capricorn season. Now, these relationships, while I see that these new partnerships are coming together very tenderly, these new relationships are potentially picking up a lot more speed. There's a lot more rushing through things there that we're seeing. There's a lot more adaptability. There's a lot more expedience. And why do we see that the world relationships are potentially moving through things with more expedience right now? Specifically, due to the fact that for a lot of these relationships, the ability to simply be in partnership with an individual who has the same manifestation goals as they themselves do, it's effectively allowing them to recognize how much easier it is to be in partnership, right? Because it's creating a new harmonic. They're discovering a new harmonic in the space of being in a relationship with a mutual or shared manifestation goal. So there's a lot of that busy energy there. And even that, as we identify a lot of that busyness, we also see that this is the energy that may be feeling like they're finally, right? They're finally finding purpose in partnership. They're finally identifying and seeing the nature of that work. And the reason we see that they're identifying and seeing the nature of that work is specifically because why? They had the confidence to approach each other with those manifestation goals. And they're seeing, right? They're seeing the benefit of that manifestation goal being brought into reality with an individual that they don't need to worry if they're moving in the direction of it, because they see the difference between holding their breath in partnership versus being in a relationship with someone who is as reliable as their word, right? This is what we identify or we build into related to reliability and viability. Now, this brings us to the relationships that are deep within divine union. And those relationships were the moon relationships that were coming together between the time of that new moon in Capricorn that we experienced back in January, leading into the Uranus first going retrograde, which was around September 6th of last year. These relationships I'm identifying are going into some experiences of deep soul searching and contemplation. They've effectively found partnership, and as they found partnership, they are discovering that they're managing or navigating a new phase of life that they didn't necessarily recognize was there before. And it says to me that for a lot of those relationships, navigating that new phase feels profound because it's requiring them to recontextualize everything that occurred previously to that point through the eyes that they're seeing things via that relationship. And that understanding, that valuation point is effectively reorienting them, right? Might even be changing their plans, might even be changing their sense of purpose, but in the best way possible. Because what's really happening is their ability to be in healthy partnership is helping them identify what is something that they truly need to work on within the self versus something that they have been experiencing on repeat as it relates to experiences or situations that kept on finding them via a vulnerability. So we see and identify that the fact that they're finally in a relationship that is protective and holding their vulnerabilities preciously, it's giving them a profound new sense of clarity in relationality to where they've been hurt and where the work needs to go. Welcome to Chiron and Taurus. Now, that is where we find all of the energies prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, July 17th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court card, the two cards in the minor arcana. If you're interested in becoming a part of that class, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive as well. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been studying or experiencing through the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this new moon in Gemini that we experienced. I'll be having one shortly on this full moon that we've gotten coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as our dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how that energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everyone just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read, but if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is, fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private reads, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. When we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting that reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're already at 2K for those joining us on the Clock app. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, welcome. I hope you're having a beautiful day. You can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. How are you doing today, Megan? Welcome. Thank you for joining us. See, Rich Rising, Janae. Yes, dear. Let me just confirm that I received that. I got you on the list, Stella. You'll be the 3rd person read for. Excellent. And thank you for sending that gift. Hi there, Broken. Welcome. And Kath, I'm doing lovely today. How are you doing? I've got you on the list, dear. No problem there. Grand Rising, Minnie. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Excellent. And thank you so much for those heart me's. Friends, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you would like to have an animal oracle card on top of your 1 card. Also, for those who are joining us on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Now, if you are a paid member, your paid subscription will entitle you to the same benefits that I've articulated for those who are also subscribers over on the Clock app. I'm feeling my perfection wound yesterday and today. It's a Scorpio moon we're going through. Hi there, Ivana. Good to see you today. Absolutely. It definitely feels uncomfy. It will feel uncomfy. Absolutely. And you have to understand, typically it's not because of the fact that Scorpio moon cycles are uncomfortable, but we're in Cancer season, so we're already feeling highly sensitive. So just being conscientious of that. I will point out, for anyone joining us, we have a strict rule about spamming the chat with the same statement over and over. It's not conducive to healthy communication. So please make sure that you're not doing that so that others can be able to utilize the chat space in a way that they can communicate with one another. Hi there, Cindy. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I had a very vulnerable, productive combo last night. Sending you so much support, dear. And thank you as well, Janae, for being here and receiving these messages. Hi there, Daniel. We actually did a full tarot astrology the other day. You can find it over on the place over on my stack. You can also find it over on here on the place where we keep the videos. One thing I would encourage you to do right now, and the thing about it, particularly for those with Capricorn placements, I want you to write a list of everything you've accomplished. Right? I don't want you focusing on your to-do list right now. I want you focusing on your got done list. Hi there, Avatar. Good to see you. And Nika, thank you for the follow as well. And thank you, Minnie, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I do, Maz. Happy to read the list right now. Stella, the list we have is Janae, Kath, and Stella. Venus in Cancer. And I need to point out, Cancer season can sometimes bring up a lot of emotionality, often in the spaces by which we hold our Cancer placements. And it's going to feel even more intense given the fact that we've got Jupiter shifting into Leo right now, right? So make sure that you're just applying a little bit of, like, I like to point out, what is Venus in Leo ask us to do? Have you tried putting some compassion on it? right? Have you tried putting a little bit of compassion on it? Because it's allowing for compassion to change perspectives. Hi there, how are you doing today, CFT? I appreciate it. So if you're looking to have a cards pulled, I appreciate the gift, but having all you need to do is go to my tree with Binks in it and send the donation. It's 3 cards for $29. And if you choose to become a paid member to my channel, then you're entitled to a free card each day, and the donation becomes 4 for $23. I hope that helps, dear. Daniel, I refuse to believe that's true. I refuse to believe that you haven't accomplished things in life. Are there people who care about you? That is also an accomplishment, right? You have to recognize that accomplishments are the positive effect that you've had on things, places, environments, right? And if not, like this is, I'm going to be writing a whole mystic meditation article on this. It's a great time to like write down the desire in terms of what one is hoping to accomplish, right? It's good energy for building out plans, for building out determination in relationality to what it is that we're setting our sights on. I need a little bit I need you to be a little bit clear on what you're asking, Zero. Oh, that's kind of you to say, Prince. Thank you for the compliment, Charles. Nice. Thank you as well, Minnie. Good to see you. And as I mentioned, if there's anybody on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you're added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. Hi there, Tommy. Welcome from Sweden. Excellent. How are you doing today, Mert? Hi there, Skull. How you doing today, Zig? Welcome, Isabel. Good to see you today. Excellent. All right. How are you doing today, Unat? Hope you feel better soon, Chad. Excellent. All right, we're going to get started. Bridget, good to see you as well. First person we're reading for today is going to be Janie. Janie, thank you for getting on the list first. You'll have an additional card in your reading. You'll also have, we've got 2 individuals who have priority, which means they'll be read for before we start the Daily Collective. Janie, your cards just all flew out, okay? Got a bunch of cards here. We're going to go through them. I didn't even get it, like, forget what I said about four cards. You've got 8 here. It's okay. They came out. We read what comes out. Okay, it's fine. Clearly, you needed this reading. It's fine. Yep. How you doing today, GS? Hi there. How you doing today, Nation? Okay. Wishing you support on your healing journey, Trippy. Oh no, you have nothing to apologize for. Before we get started on your read though, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Janie. Guys, make sure to give Janie some love. What's up, Terry? How are you doing today? And Janie, are we doing a general reading, or do you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Hi there, Aman. Oh, I'm glad you're excited for the collective. So basically the way it works here, G, is that we've got 2 individuals who got on the list before the Daily Collective started. So we're going to be reading them first, and then we're going to move into the Daily Collective. All right. And just looking at Janie here, just bear with me one moment. It's not a problem. So Janie, can you confirm if we're doing, Janae, can you confirm if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? Yes. I had it written wrong in my book. I got you, dear. Thank you for letting me know where the question is. Interesting. Okay. Mm-hmm. Hold on a minute. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. I got you, dear. All right. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Janae. Outside's fine. Perfect. All right. The question we have here is I'd love to tap more into the energy of this specific guide that's been a huge representative for a large group of ancestral. Like who they are and how are you connected or how are they connected? You think you have an idea. All right, we're going to get started. The first thing I want to describe, and I don't know why, they're actually utilized. So the name I was giving, they keep on insisting on, which is, and I don't know what this is, but you might want to kind of write this down because I know that your name is Janae, but they keep on saying Janie, which is, I don't know if there's someone in spirit with that name or if that name has some kind of significance or if there was someone that you were energetically named after, because it's really strange because every time I'm connecting to them, they keep trying to recorrect me, which is very odd on the fact that they keep on being very energetically insistent upon that. So that's one thing I want you to write down because I feel it's basically it's a chime, okay? And when I say it's a chime, I feel like there might be something connected to that name that's going to ring a bell for you. Just I want you to keep that I want you to keep that around you right now because it's very interesting how energetically insistent that is coming through. Um, the other thing I'm seeing is, and it's also interesting as well because, and I want to point this out, I sometimes see this with energy in spirit, is that they'll have they'll have endearing names for us, if that makes sense. So there might be, I feel like there's something about it connected to an endearment. Um, so I want you to hold on to all of those things that I've stated because especially this happens for me. I've had this happen before where I'll be reading into someone's ancestral and there'll be someone in spirit that keeps calling them by a different name and I'll be like, why do you keep on saying that? And they're like, that's what I call them. So I want you to kind of hold on to that because it says to me like somebody in spirit is articulating upon how energetically sweet you are, how sweet they are to you. Um, And also in the fact that I'm getting here the fact that they're articulating um, that you are someone who has been in an ancestral line for quite a long time. And the thing about it often, so what I basically, the best way I can describe it, the best way I can describe it is that what we effectively determine often occurs in relationality to working through certain energetic groupings. Is some energy holds on to each other very closely, and it's in the context that they energetically hold on to themselves closely that they're able to effectively identify or articulate, as I'm sure you can hear what's happening outside. They're able to effectively identify or articulate um, the fact that you are someone who has potentially reincarnated in an ancestral lineage prior to what we're currently experiencing. And that's why I have a lot of information about someone articulating upon you working through um, having to navigate some kind of situation with a karmic energy. And I keep on getting that the observation of potentially trying to heal something is really important here, because what I'm basically seeing is we have to kind of move back into the state or nature of the fact that it's not our responsibility to energetically heal one another, right? So much as it's our responsibility to recognize what is recoverable or what is energetically salvageable versus what is best defined as an individual or situation by which another person does not feel energetically inclined to heal on their own, but rather, right, but rather built into frustration because another person won't. And the best way I can describe what I'm seeing is when another person moves into um, a sense by which they themselves aren't working towards their own energetic standards, then they'll often try to articulate that others are letting them down because they're not forcing those standards upon them. And I actually want to pause a moment, because even as I said that, the fact that you articulated that the feed itself froze, I feel like that is further, um, that's further confirmation, as it were, on what it is I'm energetically seeing, right? It should not, here's the thing about it, it should not require, it should not require you effectively holding, like I keep on hearing, like holding someone's feet to the energetic fire as it relates to their own sense of being energetically accountable, right? Because what often happens in relationships of that nature is another person will try to articulate that the individual who's holding their standards for them is energetically spoiling everything, right? Like it's that's what basically happens. Like there's one individual doing all the work of holding the standards, and another individual that effectively articulates that they're spoiling all of their fun. So I feel like this is what I'm identifying between some kind of work that you've been doing in terms of trying to heal from a circumstance or situation. And I keep on getting the indications that some of this came back to the surface in this life, right? As it relates to a relationship with an individual who I keep on seeing, right? Potentially being like someone who like potentially comes to get to know you, so that they and then immediately almost falls into the context of their worst self, and then tries to articulate and say, well, if you cared about me, you would put up with it. But that's the thing about it, like this is what I'm basically seeing, and this is what your ancestors say. Your ancestors say that like love is not defined with tolerance, right? Love is not defined with impunity. Love is holding things, holding individuals to energetic standards. Because if not, then that's not love. That's not someone seeking love. That's someone seeking condonement, right? And so I keep on getting that there's an individual who keeps on mistaking love for condonement, which is the understanding by which we don't, like, when one has love, one holds standards in relationality, to understanding that that is how you protect the love that you're energetically surrounded by. So I just keep on seeing some kind of circumstance or situation by which, and I wouldn't be surprised. This is why I see that so much of that information was potentially revealed to you in your Akashic as it relates to the experiences that you've had based upon this, because I see that like what you're really doing right now is you're holding your standards like you never have before. And in the context of this, I feel like it's interesting because I feel like you're healing, right? I feel like you're healing something that's been a long time coming in relationality to the observation or the recognition of, I just keep on hearing somebody say, like, love isn't about letting everything slide. Bottom of the deck. The hard part about this is often when I see work like this occurring, the support comes from spirit, right? Not necessarily so much from those who are terrestrially here, right? This is why we often talk like those who are doing the important work of like healing an ancestral lineage is often like you don't necessarily it's often the sound of others like in the tangible that often articulate or argue against one's choices, right? Which is the space by which another person may try to, like, I wouldn't be surprised if you have energy around you trying to articulate, saying to you something like according to saying like, oh, you're going to let something end over something as small as that. Or, oh, well, you know how people are. You just have to let them, you know what I mean? Like, I'm getting a lot of this type of energy around you, which is potentially someone trying to talk to you on another person's benefit. But I need to point out, we don't, we don't, we don't talk to each other for each other's benefit if we're ready to do the work with one another. You know, like it's not like I keep on getting some kind of energy here, right? With this Knight of Cups that's going like this, because it's somebody potentially like somebody trying to articulate, someone coming to you and trying to say, oh, well, I need to let you know how they're like. It's not about another person identifying what they're like. It's about them being ready to change what they're like, because it has nothing to do with another person explaining. Like I keep wondering, don't let somebody come up to you and try to romanticize the headspace of someone actively trying to hurt you, right? Like, don't let somebody try to say, oh, well, if you squint your eyes and look at it like this, there's love there. No, love does not require you to squint. When love is healthy, it doesn't require you to squint in order to see it. And I feel like that's the message that's coming through with that guide, because it's interesting because, the funny thing about it is I feel like your ancestrals, I need to stress this. When I'm seeing in spirit, as I see your ancestrals were willing to give someone a chance, your guide didn't even want to give them that one chance. Your guide, like the guide I'm seeing around you, was like, I don't need I know who they are. Like I know what they're like. I don't need I don't need proof in them hurting them in order to know, right, what they're going to do, right? Because I want to point, it's interesting because I feel like the guide I'm seeing related to it, feels more, it's not surprising when I feel a connection like that, because like the guides, Like the guides sometimes, there's some guides that are more no nonsense because they've seen things so many times. You know, like they're like, the guy's just like, I've seen this before. I know this song. You know, I know this song. So, um, you know, it's interesting. I don't want to say, I don't want to say that your guide is like holding something with a point of chagrin towards your ancestors, but like it does feel a little bit like they were like, like, you know, it's funny because the song I keep on hearing your guide sing is like, they're not like, it's funny because the guide doesn't want to say I was right, but they're singing a song going, I wasn't wrong. I wasn't wrong. I wasn't wrong. I wasn't wrong. Right? You know, it's like, I keep on getting, I wasn't wrong because, and I keep on getting the reason they're articulating that they weren't wrong is like, I think that they're asking you to trust your intuition on this, you know? And I know how difficult that is. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Janae. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the, and I feel like this is why your dream space right now is so whacked out. Because I just keep on seeing, I feel like there's something about that that's helping you to understand like I keep on getting the messiness of a conflict that like you did not create, but that you find yourself smack dab in the middle of, if that makes sense. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Janae. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you for that lovely gift, and Shari, thank you for the follow. And Leonda, thank you for the follow as well. Luna, thank you for those heart me's. I appreciate you. And I just want to confirm, you know, I need to point out the fact that you're having so many. Yeah. All right. The fact that you were having so many glitches, um, the fact that you were having so many glitches in the live, I think just speaks towards the intensity of this healing. And if you missed any part of that reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. Your confirmation on that is if this stops freezing once we stop the reading. Okay? All right. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list with priority today, how you doing today, Aline, is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer. Perfect. And I have to tell you again, like a lot of the energy that was a lot of the energy that was springing up, a lot of the projection energy that was springing up as I was doing that reading, I actually had to go ahead. I had to go ahead and block some of it because it was so crass. So there's something really important about that too. And you can find that if you want to get an insight on that, you can find that over on some of the, on the place where we keep the videos. Okay. Yeah, you know, here's the thing, GS. This is something that I've noticed occurs when we're doing readings, is that sometimes when I'm doing readings, particularly as it relates to karmic energy, that like some of the projections that come up are a good, like I can diagnose the level of what another person is navigating from the projections that come through those who have not healed, who have not fully healed their egoic state. So that sometimes you'll notice that I'll keep them up as I'm doing the reading, because I'm utilizing them to help me get a better assessment as to what's occurring for the person I'm reading for. So I apologize if you had to experience that, but that's what's effectively occurring there. Oh, buon compleanno, Aline. How are you doing today? If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. I'm not from Melbourne, but I love Melbourne. It's beautiful there, Dr. Say. TGIF, Dustin, good to see you today. I appreciate that, LM. Hope you're having a beautiful day. All right. One moment. Excellent. Scrumptious, there's no way, shape, or form by which you can give me the honor of calling me a grandmother and I would ever be affected. It's a sad state of affairs by which we live in a world where you think that calling someone a grandmother is an insult. I hope that you recognize that, and I'll assume that you meant the respect by it. Absolutely. Excellent. All right, let's get to it. How are you doing, sister? Thank you so much for those gifts. I appreciate you. I know, it's wild, right? Right, Bridget and Nicole, thank you for those gifts as well. Thank you for letting me know where you sent your information, Kath. So just a reminder, if you get on the list and you have information that you feel is necessary or important for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. I do my best, Moon. It's the best I can do. How are you doing today, Kaden? I hope you're having a beautiful day. All right. So Kaden, if you want to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. And just bear with me a moment. Hi there, Chasing. Interesting. All right, thank you for letting me know where you sent the information, Kat. And just a reminder, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, you just need to let me know the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. That's very kind of you to say, Seeley. Excellent. Just bear with me a moment and we'll get started on that reading, Kat. Thank you for those hashtags, Nicole. I appreciate it. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Mm-hmm. How you doing today, Naveen? Excellent. Outside, I got you. All right, we are doing a read. We're doing a read right now on divine counterpart and timeline and relationality to meeting. I currently feel I understand. Yeah, I understand completely. All right, can I get 4 cards, please, for Kath? 4 cards, please, for Kath in relationality to counterpart. We gotta talk about it, because I gotta tell you, hear what's going on outside right now. Okay, this is inclusive in the message. Okay, because I literally see a situation by which you're on the cusp of meeting your divine counterpart. Like you know exactly what's happening here. Okay. You know exactly what's happening. And you've kind of already articulated it. You know, I see somebody, right? I see somebody, like, I keep on getting on again, off again. On again, out, off again is not your divine. On again, off again is not your divine, which is the understanding of recognizing, right? Like somebody keeping you in your life, in their life, just in case, is what I keep on getting. You are not someone's just in case. You are someone's, you are going to be everything to your divine counterpart. And so what do you see that's happening right now? Right? Just in case has decided to break the glass, is what I keep on getting. Just in case has decided to break the glass. And when I say just in case has decided to break the glass, right, is if this person, right, if everything has been perfectly copacetic between you guys for ages, if it's been literally crickets, is what I'm getting. Like literal crickets, like a situation and circumstance by which there was literal crickets, and then suddenly they're saying, I need to see you immediately, right? That's because they recognize, right, that there's something about you that's off, that you're off limits. There's something about you that's off limits in the relationship that they're in. And the reason I keep on seeing it is somebody who recognizes, right, someone who recognizes the sensitivity of feeling between you and them. You said it yourself. You know, you've articulated that there could never be, right, there could never be a simple friendship between you both. So the observation of there never being a simple relationship between you both, right, and you even being able to articulate that, and them knowing that as well, but seeming so, what do you see that they're doing right now, right? I wouldn't be surprised if it feels like they're just impressing on you how important or how necessary it is that they see you immediately, right? Especially if they're trying to impress on you that they need to see you immediately, but they're not giving, right? They're not giving any reason, right? And they're articulating that they'll explain it when they see it, right? It's because their relationship isn't falling apart now, but they know that the minute that they're sitting alone with you, that'll be it. So I keep on seeing, and this is why I also see your divine counterparts on the other side of this, right? Because your divine counterpart being on the other side of it, the message I keep on getting is they would never put you in this position. You would, there is no experience by which the counterpart would ever feel comfortable keeping you on the periphery, is what I keep on getting. You'll know them because they're articulating that there's absolutely no situation or circumstance wherein they would ever be comfortable keeping you on the periphery. You are their focal point. You're not periphery to them. You're focal point. You have been. You have been. You always will be. And it's interesting that they said you have been, because that's articulating to me that you've had experiences in union in the past. And there does feel to me, like there's some kind of familiarity with this energy and something you're going through. I feel like you might have been in a relationship with this individual in the past and they were very unfaithful to you, is what I'm getting. And when I say that, I'm saying that that's the karmic that's trying to come into contact with you right now, right? I'm seeing some kind of, I feel like the divine counterpart has been there in some kind of past experience with you as you were dealing, with the unfaithfulness of this karmic. But in that experience, there was nothing you could do about it, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on getting some kind of message about the fact that, like, it's interesting, I keep on hearing you articulating to someone and saying, I pulled a bad one, which is just the observation. Like, I feel like I'm getting some kind of past life indications on some kind of energetic arrangement that was made that you didn't necessarily have a say in. Hold on. Yeah, I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this, so something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, like here, there's a lot of Seven of Wands in its upright here, and what I'm observing with this Seven of Wands in its upright is it's interesting because I'm getting indications. I'm getting indications from this divine counterpart that you've had past life experiences with them. And what's interesting about it is they're articulating that your past life experiences were potentially related to navigating a karmic energy. If it's not the same karmic energy, it's very familiar to them. And so, I keep on, and like, I keep on seeing, the thing I'm seeing about this individual is I'm getting, I'm getting someone who has like a high ability to gaslight. And I need to stress that, like, when somebody has a high ability to gaslight, the song you'll often hear from them is, you're making a big deal out of nothing, right? So someone who intentionally diminishes, like someone who intentionally tries to diminish what another person means to them, right? By calling them something that even that person would not agree to. And you'll usually be able to notice that. Like I said, I want to point out, especially if you're having that argument with them right now, especially if they're coming towards you and they're trying to articulate that you're friends and you're saying to them, there's nothing friendly about us. Remember, that's because they're trying to put you, right? They're trying to make someone, like, they're literally trying to make someone like crazy making by articulating that you're friends, and both you and them, right? Like, the reason you're healing it right now is because you and them are singing the same tune back to them, which is to say, like, we're not Like, I think we've gone way beyond friendship, right? Like the space by which you're able to articulate and just say to another person, we're way beyond friendship, is why something is being healed here. But it doesn't mean that they're, I keep wondering, it doesn't mean that they're not going to stop trying. So make sure that you're drawing very firm lines, especially and I keep wondering, especially if they keep on insisting that they want to meet you just so they can talk, is what I keep on getting. Because I feel like there's something on the other side of this where your divine counterpart is waiting. Absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. And thank you so much, Kath, for having that reading with me. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is open. If you'd like to get on the list for today, you'll be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And if anybody would like here who is over on the clock app would effectively like to get on the list today, you can do so as well via my tree that is Binks in it in my Lio. You can also, if you become a paid member, have access to the same benefits that I've listed for those who are subscribers. Excellent. Absolutely. And Ohio, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. And thank you for those gifts. Thank you for those heart me, Sister Shine. I appreciate you. Hi there, Adam. Good to see you today. And thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Sunset. It's not just, I keep on hearing what you're seeing as not ideal is absolutely devastating right now. Like what's going on in that partnership, every time I try to look into it, I just see something very dark happening. Yeah, you totally agree with that, just in case. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey. Yeah, I totally said that to him, off limits. Yeah, they're persistent. This is why I see them persistent. They're persistent because whatever they were trying to orchestrate is falling into place. And I just keep on seeing that there was something about them meeting you, which was going to be the icing on the cake. Yeah, I totally said to myself, that is not, that this is not it, that this is not them. Thank you for confirming. Thank you guys for supporting each other in these messages. Oh, that's wild, Janae. Thank you for also confirming. I'm seeing a past life where you were with them and they were extremely unfaithful. Yeah, you already know. I don't know. I don't think you've met them yet. I feel like this person I'm seeing, you haven't necessarily come into connection with. But they're very familiar with what you've experienced. Yeah. No, I don't think they're going to stop either. I keep on saying they're not going to stop either, because they were seeing you as their ticket out of some kind of circumstance or situation. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I feel like you're moving towards them right now. Like the more that you're putting space between you and this like situation, the closer it is that you're coming into connection with them. No problem, Alexandra. Good to see you today. Excellent. I got to point out, Lucas, there's no context by which you can call me a grandmother that I'm not going to take it as the highest of compliments. So I assume that you meant it with the same regard as you treat those feminine energies that are in your life. How you doing today, Tamil? Excellent. How you doing today, Vash? Sending you support on your journey, Floyd. Excellent. And welcome, Zay. Hi there, Deepa. I need to ask to make sure that you don't, again, if you'd like me not to make sure to, like, I do have a specific rule. Please don't spam the chat with the same message. It will get you blocked. The chat space is for communicating. So let's make sure that we keep it that way. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. Here for it, Bridget. All right, friends, we are going to get started on, we have completed the individuals who had priority today. So we're going to get started on the free collective. And once we complete the collective, we've got 2 on the list today. If you would like to be added to the list for today's reading, you can get on the list today and you will be the 3rd person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Before we get started on today's daily collective, we will be warming up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the adder. We'll do that again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this live is here to receive it. Perfect. That said, you did? Oh, Bridget, I'm looking forward to finding out more about that. Very intriguing. Excellent. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Yes, I've got you on the list, so I'm going to read the list for those who are on it right now. The list I currently have is Stella and Alexandra. So if anybody wants to get on the list right now to be read for, once we complete the daily collective, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Hi there, how you doing today, Deepam? And welcome. Thank you, Uday. And hi there, Paula. Hope you're having a lovely day. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Grand Rising, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, June 26, 2026. We are going to be doing a new moon into full moon reading today. We're going to draw first 3 cards to see what we've been working on healing, releasing, and building towards from the new moon. And then we're going to move into what we can expect for this full moon coming up. We've got 3 cards here. And it's interesting because the one thing I want to point out is I have 2 different Smith-Waite Centennial decks that I read for. You guys may know this if you stick around. Sometimes the cards slip in to the different spreads. So we're working with the new deck, but there's some old cards in here. So the first card we're drawing today is our 9 of Cups in its upright. This is a lot of the continuation of the work that we saw. I'm not surprised to see this card in the context of our new moon in Gemini that we recently experienced, because you have to understand that a new moon in Gemini during Gemini season is all about healthy dispersal. It's being able to effectively apply energy in the right way in order to do something most effectively. And the thing about it that's very important is understanding and recognizing the quality and condition of allowing others to try, right? And we often understand, and here's the thing about it, this is how we effectively heal vulnerability wounds. Because when we allow others to try, then we're effectively moving in the direction of allowing trust to be rebuilt again. It's the observation of being able to identify the shape and nature of that work that allow us to be able to do things most effectively. And the thing about it is, and this is what it basically teaches us, right? When we're working into our manifestation goals, when we articulate upon trying and trying again and again, you have to understand that the trying is working through the ability of giving another the opportunity to energetically do something in a way that they never have done it before, right? The sound of our compassion is fortified via our try, because when we energetically try, then we allow another person to step in to their own energetic point of strength. So I feel like it's very beautiful because this Gemini new moon, right, is amplified and articulated by, right, and I want to describe this. It's identified by the Sagittarian full moon that we had on prior to it, which says that when we're energetically strong, right, we build our strength via allowing others, right, allowing others to effectively attenuate to it, right? And the thing about it is, I keep on getting that's not the state or nature by which we test things, but the state or nature by which we try, right? We identify, we work through the facets of possibility that lead to new determinative paths. So it's very interesting because we see that for a lot of that energy, right? We've got this beautiful Sagittarian full moon that we experience that builds into possibility. And then you've got Gemini, you've got that Gemini new moon energy that allows the context of the possibilities to effectively be identified around the self, right? And so what do we effectively see that happens in that? We've got the eight of cups in its upright. Now, what's important about this is that when we identify, and this is actually navigating, this is the work that we see that is being navigated with a Mercury in retrograde cycle. And I'm going to tell you a little bit of a like, there's something to keep in mind with this Mercury retrograde cycle. And this is just to help you guys recognize that, like, it's not, when we go through, no two retrogrades are alike, okay? There's this, like, even in the space by which everyone's like, boo retrogrades, some retrograde energy is better than when things are moving directly. Okay, for instance, if you feel like there's too many things happening, right? A retrograde can kind of create the space that you need in order to facilitate activating, right? If you're able to effectively observe that simultaneously, right? And I think that this is what's beautiful, that we identify with this particular Mercury retrograde cycle that we identify is occurring, this Mercury retrograde cycle is happening in Cancer, okay? And Cancer is the energy that works into the realm of our feelings, right? And the problem with our feelings, like when we are in our feelings truly, what are we energetically doing? We're not diluting. We're not diluting ourselves, right? That is what's so beautiful. And this is what we often talk about with healthy manifestations. Healthy manifestations, right, are not about everything being perfect. Healthy manifestations are attenuated by what one does with undiluted feelings, what one is able to energetically observe, what one is able to energetically express. So we see that for a lot of the energy, doing that work, identifying and recognizing their own force of intention as it relates to how they are energetically working to resolve and build into the undiluted emotions, we see that that is a lot of the energy that is working upon being energetically observant, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if there was something that was observed during that period between the full moon in Sagittarius leading into the full moon in Capricorn that can feel somewhat heartbreaking, because the difference between a heartbreak and a heart opening is the difference between saying, why is it like that, versus it shouldn't be like that. And it's our own ability to be able to apply compassion for things that identify our capacity in order to effectively amplify, right? The capacity of amplification is calibrated by the proportional compassion that we apply to things that energetically vex us, right? Because it's not about shying away from work, right? Third card, Ace of Cups. It's about pouring in that energetic effort. It's about observing and identifying what the source, right? What the source of energetic problems are in order to apply better energetic solutions towards them. So we see that for a lot of the energy, effectively doing that, right? I wouldn't be surprised if there's modalities or moments by which they're feeling very energetic, one's feeling very energetically frustrated, but it's potentially building, right? It's potentially building one's own sense, right? Building one's own sense of emotion to things, right? It's allowing one to be able to effectively pour that into the proper space. And that's what's so beautiful, is when one is able to identify what one can expect, then that is the sound of something becoming attuned. Because in that attunement, one is able to utilize one's time, one's energy, one's effort most effectively. Now, let's take a look at, that's everything that we were effectively moving through as it relates to the most recent new moon in Gemini cycle. Let's take a look at what we can expect to change in relationality to the full moon. Full moon, we've got, in clarification to this Eight of Cups in its upright, we've got the World card in its transverse. Now, this is what we effectively recognize in relationality. Like, and I want to point this out, right? This is important, okay? Because that 9 of Cups in its upright is the solution, right? It's the solution to anything that feels like it's abrupt or energetically disrupts, right? Like this is a conversation that articulates like the blessed helpers, right? The blessed helpers that we become in each other's experiences, right? Because the reason we identify or articulate upon this is that it's very easy, right? It's very easy in a world that seems to, it's very easy in a world that seems to congratulate ruthlessness, to allow one's own heart space to grow cold and non-sentimental, right? But the ability, right, the work that we do, right, the work that we do to effectively always identify what is best and blessed, right? Like if you're constantly living your day trying to identify what's best or blessed, right? It, it's the most beautiful, like it's working into the fact that the reason you are the reason that the world can become a beautiful place, right? All it takes, right? All it takes is that invested effort in recognizing that we are all a part of making the world a beautiful place, right? And that's not the state or nature by which we observe something that's not working and try to effectively, what happens in the context by which something's not working and an individual tries to commodify on a broken system? It leads to chaos, right? Those that are broken, those who commodify are on a broken system are broken, right? Because what effectively happens is you limit, right? You become energetically restrictive in relationality to the circumstances that are energetically surrounding the self, right? It's the observation or the recognition that we effectively work towards to be able to try to build into the context of what becomes better. So we see that for a lot of the energy facilitating and upon doing that work, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the nature of conversations, because when we're working on healing things, then the conversations becomes how do we become each other's better blessings, right? We look at things that aren't working, not from the space of throwing our hands up and energetically walking away, but articulating upon the best way we can energetically bless something, but without, right? And here's the thing about it. You can't bless situations that require perpetual cleanup, right? The eight of cups. Can I get one card to clarify? Yeah, that's the 8. There you go, double 8 with the 8 of wands in its reversal. You can't bless situations that require perpetual cleanup, because what often happens, right? That's what we describe. That's literally what you describe as a karmic cycle, right? You can't bless situations that require perpetual cleanup, because that is literally the sound of an energetic tug of war moment where one individual is pulling in one direction, right? And another's pulling in the other, right? One is constantly working to effectively heal, while another person is constantly working to undo the energetic healing, right? So we see that for a lot of the energy, potentially facilitating or building into that work, right? I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot, and this is what I like to point out. Like we've got we've got we've got we've got a full moon coming up while Jupiter is moving into um, Leo. Mercury is going to be in Cancer, and Venus is also in Leo, which is basically, and what does that mean? It's not like, it's not our job to explain to another the benefits of being good. Good should be its own reason, right? Like, you'll often see this, like the sound of someone being like in a space of hopelessness is when somebody says, what's good? What's like when someone says it's good to do, another person goes, what's in it for me? Right? Like they're really like that is the observation, right? Because that's what the ego says. What is the ego? Only sings one song. The ego only knows one song. And the song is me, 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 right? Everything, everything about, right? Everything that returns back energetically to the self, right? And the palliative, right? The palliative for being deeply within one's ego is identifying a sense of purpose, right? And a sense of purpose is the understand, because you have to understand the ego perishes, okay? The ego perishes. The purpose is perpetual. And when you recognize that, when you fully embody that, when you truly understand what that means, right? When you understand the quality and condition by which the ego perishes and the purpose is perpetual, then you start to look at things through a different lens, because that lens is the lens that allows one to be able to energetically focus on what is of the utmost importance in every capacity, in every facility, in every circumstance. And we're not perfect in that work, right? There's that Ace of Cups. There's that Ace of Cups in its reversal, right? There's that Ace of Cups in the reversal, by which, and this is why we talk about your purpose should not be in shedding an ego, okay? Because never have you been more obsessed with the self than when you are building perpetually to shed your ego. Never have you been more obsessed. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's the funniest thing about it. You will see someone who's like, yes, yes, no, I understand that. What are you doing about? I spend every minute perpetually, I spend every minute expunging myself of the ego. You're very much in your ego. You're like, that sounds like a very ego driven thing to do. You can't have the purpose, right? Or you can have any purpose, okay? Any purpose, okay? Okay, the purpose is perpetual. The ego perishes, which means, okay, right? That also means, important thing to keep in mind, that also means you cannot make your purpose, right? You can't make, if you're making your purpose, shedding your ego, never have you been more on an egoic journey, right? Never have you been on more of an egoic journey than being like, I would like to make an announcement. There's an announcement. There's gonna be an announcement. What is it? I'm perishing my ego. Oh, what? Yes, I'm gonna perish my ego. Like you've never been more in your egoic state, right? You've never been more in your egoic state than when an individual is going on and on and on about the ego perishment, right? Because every purpose is energetically blessed beyond the purpose, right? Any purpose is energetically blessed so long as it's not based upon the perishment of the egoic. Because you have to understand, you can't perish your own ego. And often in the space by which you try to perish your own ego, you've never been more egoical, right? There you'll see, there you'll see somebody trying to perish their own ego, and they've never been more egoic, right? It's not how it works. You want to start getting rid of that ego, start giving. Start giving to everything, right? A little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit everywhere, right? Because it's that work, right? That that is the work that understands. That is the shape and nature of one's own energetic signature, right? And what do you often notice, right? What is often you notice when it comes to those that one holds dear, right? You don't articulate upon the state or nature by which they effectively commend themselves, right? Like, oh my gosh, look at that person self-commending. You know what I mean? Look at that person self-commending, right? Look at that person mending everything, right? That's often what we say. When you think about the nature of the work we do that is energetically respective, right? The work that we often identify that is energetically respective is not the journey of commending the self, but it's the work that we put into mending everything. And in that extent, it's okay to put attention to the self, right? Because here's what's beautiful about it. Our stories of mending, right? Our stories of mending the self allow others to know that it is possible to mend, right? That's why they're so important. And that's why we're very conscientious about the story of the self, because the story of the self that mends, that truly heals, right? Welcome to Chiron and Taurus. What is Chiron and Taurus if not to say, right? There's nothing egoical about articulating upon a mending story. It's often very painful, right? What's the first thing you feel, right? What's the first thing you feel as you're navigating a mending story? It hurts. It hurts to talk about it. It hurts to experience it. It hurts to bring it up, right? It hurts because it works, right? And in the space by which we're able to energetically express it, then we save another from having to energetically experience it, right? And this is why our stories become so important to one another, because it's that observation, right? It's that observation about being able to articulate the difficulty that each and every one of us face that allow us to be able to connect with one another even more. Whereas in the same space, right, what will you often see? What will you often see in the context of another person building into the context of perpetual commendation? Then it often is the identification point of navigating the way others experience the self, or the way others energetically feel that, or the way others effectively work towards it. So we see that for a lot of the energy potentially facilitating or building upon that work, that conversation is what is potentially framing the nature of new possibilities or new opportunities, because that is ultimately what a Capricorn full moon brings to us, right? The one thing I'll say with bottom of the deck here, yeah, it's the 7 of Swords in its reversal, right? What is like that? And I'll tell you right now, the hard part about Capricorn full moon cycles, particularly a Capricorn full moon cycle in Cancer season, is it works us into the context of navigating situational awareness, right? And the thing we have to be energetically receptive of or respectful of when it comes to situational awareness is the observation or the experience by which we can articulate to another, right, the full shape of what we ourselves have been navigating, right? There we are identifying and working through um, situational awareness. And the thing about it is you can't have situational awareness if you're not self-aware, right? Like that's the hardest thing about it. And when that's why you see, like, here's the thing about it, like when others articulate, right? And this is what we talk about being the difference between centered in self and self-centered. Because when one is centered in self, then one is building into the context of perpetual situational awareness, right? It's the ability to effectively look at situations and articulate what is energetically needed there, right? Welcome to Venus and Jupiter in Leo, right? What can I bring? How can I effectively, what can I, like, it's a lot of that, how to move something forward in the best way possible. However, when one is, when one is centered, when one is self-centered, right? Then you'll often see that it's not about what can I give, it's what is in it for me, right? The energetic restrictive point by which another person only sees things from the myopic perspective of what they themselves energetically desire. And the thing you have to understand is our desire is a liar. And when you understand that our desire is a liar, then you understand, and the thing about it is it understands that our desire only knows the songs that we have sung. Our desire only knows the songs that we have sung, which means that when we are too focused upon our desire, we blind ourselves to the possibility of everything that is energetically around us, right? It's the observation or the understanding that effectively occurs in the context of being able to effectively identify and recognize, right? The full shape or nature of the possibilities. So this is why we have to, and this is why we have to have, like, and here's the thing about it, desire is healthy so long as one is having a healthy conversation with one's desire, right? Which is like when one feels desire for something, the first thing you should say is, what are you doing here? Like, what are you doing here? What are you looking for? Right? What's brought you, what's brought you around, right? Because often, and you'll often know this, right? What's the one characteristic towards desire? It's frequently unsatisfied, right? And you'll usually notice the difference between, right, the desire of the self that's frequently unsatisfied, right, which says if I have this, then everything will be fine. Lo and behold, you get it. Still hasn't changed anything, right? Everywhere we go, there we are. Everywhere one goes, there we are. That is often indicative of a misleading desire, which is the feeling that something is going to resolve something within the self, but leads you further away from it, versus being able to build into a desire that is energetically connected to our purpose. And that's what's incredible about it, because when you recognize that there are good desires and there are productive, there are nourishing desires, and then there are desires that feel like they feel extinguishable, then you understand that when you attach desire to purpose, then that is the stuff that dreams are made of, right? Because it's not just, it's the conversation that you articulate and say, it's not just about the fact that it's good for the self, but when you multiply it, it nourishes others, right? The desire connected to a nourishing manifestation goal is one that effectively feeds all, right? It is the desire that nourishes instead of burns. And the way that we get to that is by having the understanding of the self in relationality to what our purpose is. Because when we do that, some wild stuff happens. One, right, we see things with more clarity, right? We can see We can see the direction by which we're moving towards a sense of purpose. But not only that, then it's not the space by which we get, you don't, when you understand that, then you don't get in that space by which you're obsessively trying to quench the desire. Because I hate to tell you this, the more you try to quench desire, the more desire you're going to find in you. Okay. There you are trying to quench desires, and there's desires just popping up everywhere. Okay. You can't quench a desire, you can't stifle it, right? But when you investigate it, when you understand it, then then suddenly it becomes a light, and suddenly it leads you to a purpose, and suddenly that purpose is one that you feel very eager to share, and you feel eager to talk to others about, right? Because it's the identification point of being able to see and recognize what the beauty is, and not just what the beauty is there, but the understanding or the quality and condition by which you're able to articulate to another, right? Not only what it means to have an energetic standard, but why that standard is so fundamental, necessary, and important. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here today and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we get started on our personal reads. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who participated in our recent class on the ACE cards. We're going to be having our next class on Thursday, July 17th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the two cards in the minor arcana. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving. One of the things I've also tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader, as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been experiencing in the card of everything we've been experiencing based upon the lunation cycles. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount. as well as dream interpretations, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Nicole. You got our highest gifter today. You will be getting a free reading. And Avatar, you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list for today, I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few moments to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. I got you on the list, Elisa. Absolutely. I can't wait to find out more about that, Bridget. Absolutely. Thank you for those hashtags, Nicole. Grand Rising, Lisa. Good to see you, Glam. The list is open. I've got you on it. And bon compleano. Absolutely. And thank you, Pops, for those heart me's. Good to see you as well. Grand Rising, Mia. Excellent. How you doing today, Sister Shine? Nazir, thank you so much for the follow. Our Desire only knows the songs we've sung. Tap to claim Avatar. I got you, Ivana. You want to hop on the list from what day? You want to get off now? Okay, hold on a minute. Everybody say hello. Say if she wanted to say hello. She's waving. All right, you go over there. Okay, I love you. All right. Hold on a minute. I know what she wants. She wants me to put her bed up. Give me a minute. All right, there. Perfect. There, happy? Okay, let's continue. All right. Perfect. All right, let me just see what day you wanted to get. You said June 23rd. Bear with me a minute. I got you, Ivana. You've been added to the list. I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. Absolutely. I got you. Yep. Excellent. Thank you for confirmation, Alexandra. You're so welcome, Ivana. Ooh, don't worry. Don't apologize about a long dream. Everybody loves the dream readings here. Absolutely. Excellent. How you doing today, Jack? I'm doing well, Rudra. How are you doing today? How you doing, Fino? It's remarkable that you think my face exists for your appeal, John. How are you doing today, Jack? Absolutely. Welcome, King. Oh, if you'd like to, so we don't do the classes in person, Alter. They're done. They're done virtually. So if you head over to the Stack, you can sign up for the subscription program. Absolutely. Excellent. All right, we are going to get started on the personal readings. If you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, you can also just let me know the date you're added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. And if you missed the Daily Collective, you can find it over on the, it'll be up in a moment, over on the Stack. It's also available over on the place where we keep the videos. Hold on a minute. Excellent. Got it. Excellent. The first person we are reading for today, and also friends, remember when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We're already at 20K, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. First person we're reading for today after the collective is going to be Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, as I mentioned, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. Excellent. Second call right now for Stella. Second call right now for Stella. If Stella has stepped away, then the next person we're reading for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi, dear. How are you doing? So good to see you. Excellent. I've got your question here. Is this inside tea or outside tea? And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the seal. We'll do it again after the next reading. Excellent. Okay, I'm going to take a minute. I feel like some of this is inside, some of it's outside. Yeah. I got you. Got it. Yeah. Okay. Cancer season touches my midheaven 10th house, and this moon is coming in up in Capricorn, touches my 4th house in Neptune placement. I would like to read on how my astrology is playing out this season and what I may be called to step into and what has been stirred up in me lately. What a beautiful question. And I'm going to pin up Alexandra here. Guys, make sure to give Alexandra some love. Four cards, please. So, there's something very interesting that I'm seeing that's happening for you right now, particularly as it relates to I need to read this from the perspective of your guides. And I feel like there's something very important that's coming through in relationality to what could be best identified as a blessing in disguise. And they're both in alignment on this. I just keep on hearing your guide saying a blessing in disguise. Okay? And the thing I want you to understand is, and it's funny too, because your two guides don't, like, they're not real big. The two guides I see around you are very good. They have this like quality of really being able to move the curtain back on the ego to see what the purpose is. And I feel like they're showing me something in terms of like they're showing me a quality and condition by which, and you have to understand this, you being perfect for something, the question you need to ask yourself is not whether you're perfect for something, but does it bring you closer to your manifestation goal? D-I-B. They want me to put, hold on, U-C-T-Y-M-C. Yeah, they're saying D-I-B-Y-C-T-Y-M-C. Does it bring you closer to your manifestation goal? D-I-B-Y-C-T-Y-M-G is what they keep on saying. They want you to explain in words how attaining that. They want you to write down. They're saying it's a shadow work. It's some shadow work. They want you to do some shadow work on it. How would that prize bring you closer to your ultimate manifestation goal? And if you can't answer that, then that's why they're both shaking their head and they're going, blessing in disguise. You're right. You would be perfect for it. You would keep you there. You would be perfect for it. And you would be trapped there indefinitely. You would be trapped there indefinitely. And I keep on getting this because they're saying it's going to be offered to you, and they want you to keep that in mind. Where do you want to be? Because if you, and I keep on getting, they're delaying this so you can think about it. Does it bring you closer to your manifestation goal? Or is it like they're articulating, is it shiny? Because and that's the thing about it. Like I can see, and here's the thing about it, like they're articulating, you're a perfectionist, right? Like when you do something, you want to be the best at it because you know you can. And that's the worst part about it. The guys are articulating that you sometimes get yourself invested in things that aren't necessarily the best for you because you're the best at it, right? Because you can knock it right out of the park. But the thing about it is when you knock something out of the park, that's also the sound of you, right? That's the sound of you taking over the ship. Is what I keep on hearing. They're saying when you knock it out of the park, right? That's you taking over the ship, is what I keep on getting. That's you taking over the ship, right? And so they're articulating. They want you to think about that very carefully, because I just keep on seeing a situation by which it's like it's interesting. I'm not getting the fact that this isn't going to be offered to you. I'm getting the fact that you have to think carefully upon it, right? I'm getting the fact that you have to think carefully upon it, because I just keep on seeing, right? And here's the thing about it, like the guides are almost saying, if you can explain to them, if you can walk them through, like it's interesting, I've had guides do this before. They're saying if you can walk them through how this gets you closer to their manifestation goal, like they're going, they're like sitting there, they're waiting, they'll wait for it, they'll wait for the explanation, right? If you have a good logical reason, right? If you have a good logical reason how this brings you closer to that manifestation goal, then they're listening, right? They're ready for it. They're listening. But just be careful, right? Just because you'd be amazing at it, right? If you're amazing at it, you'd be trapped in it. And especially, like, it's interesting because I just keep on getting, they're saying where. They're not even saying what do you want to do, they're saying where do you want to be? Where do you want to be? Not just the manifestation goal, right? Where, like, write down like, again, I got two things they want you to do. They want you to write down the manifestation goal, and then they want you to explain how attaining that is going to bring you closer to that manifestation, or is it limiting your capacity to reach it? You know, because I feel like, here's the thing about it, like it says, like, and the reason I'm getting this is that both of your guides, like, and here's the thing about it, both of your guides are literally like, this is their specialty. Those two guides have firsthand knowledge on avoiding energetic traps. Like those two guys, for very different reasons. For very different reasons, right? One says no one's trapped anywhere if you want to be there, right? Like one says no one traps anyone if you desire to be somewhere, right? And the other one literally creates doors. So it's like I see both of those guides just kind of being like they're not even saying you can't have it. I feel like they're taking this time, they're giving you time to say, are you sure? Walk us through it. And I think that that's important, because it does feel like it's not if about it, it's coming towards you inevitably. I feel like this is almost like something about your guides doing something in order to facilitate it slowing, so that you can truly determine if it's something that you truly aspire for, or, right, like, is it like is it an aspire situation, or is it more just because, right? It's because, like, I keep on hearing, like, don't think of it as a contest if it's a hefty responsibility, right? Is what I keep on seeing. So I want you, like, and the reason I'm saying this, like, I'm completely serious. I have like, I just feel like these cards indicate to me that in some way, shape, or form, it's still going to be offered to you, which is why there are, like, these cards are incredibly positive, okay? Which is why I'm saying, don't assume anything right now. Think very carefully, right? because I just keep on seeing there may be, like, I just keep on seeing you're still being in, you're still being in, like, there might be a possibility here that you're not, like, it feels like there's something that may be happening here that you yourself might not necessarily be fully aware of, right? Like, I keep wondering, you only have the information that they're ready to share, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Oh, Janae, thank you so much for that beautiful gift. Oh, I deeply appreciate it. That's beautiful. I haven't seen that one before. How you doing today, Joshin? It's so, I love reading for you because when you're 2 guides, it's really interesting because, like, every time I read for those 2 guides together, right? It's funny because they don't necessarily, like, they treat each other like sisters, is what I get, which is like they don't always agree, but they're always on the same side. If that's why they don't always agree. They don't always agree, right? But they're on the same side. And I keep on getting the side that they're on is not seeing you trapped somewhere that you don't want to be. Is what I keep on getting. And they hate that word. They hate that word. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing, they're funny together. Yeah, it's wild too. I like that. I gotta dive into that, man. That's a download. Yeah, I got it. Hold on a minute. Okay. Interesting. All right. Absolutely. And Marie, thank you for the follow. I do my best, Ivana. And I think it's interesting. And, like, I keep on, like, that's the hard part with that Capricorn Neptune that we're seeing. Like, that's where I feel like it's kind of reaching that moment. Like, it almost feels like, again, it's that work of saying, you're right, you do a better job of it, but do you really want the responsibility? Right? Like, that's the thing. That's your perfection wound showing. Right? Yeah, I was so focused on growth, I didn't see the big picture, right? Yeah, you didn't let anyone down. You understand, you have to understand, like, that's, like, you have to understand, like, I keep on, I need to tell you right now, dear, I'm seeing that that's still going to be offered to you. That's why I want you to think very carefully on it. I need to stress, the thing I'm concerned about, none of those cards were showing the no that you're talking about. Okay? I need to stress, none of those cards had a no anywhere in them. There's a plan there, which is saying think carefully, because it feels like somebody who's going to potentially offer you something that potentially doesn't exist yet. Yeah. I feel like it would be hard not to treat exactly. See? It's also hard not to realize exactly when you have so many. So make sure, like, that's what you need to do right now. You need to focus. You need to stay focused on what the direction is, right? Not what's available, where you actually want to be. I know it is situational. How are you doing, Big? Oh, I don't know what that is. You'll have to send it to me, Alexandra. And thank you for those heart puffs, Janae. I appreciate those gifts. And Linneo, thank you for the follow. All right, we're going to continue right now. Just a moment. Excellent. Please do. All right, the next person we're reading for today, I'm still looking for Stella. If Stella's not here, the next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Ava, thank you for getting on the list. We've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. How you doing today, Varsha? Happy to read the list. The list I have right now is Stella, Bridget, Stella, Bridget, Alyssa, Ivana, Nicole, and Ava. Thank you for letting me know where it is. I've got the Animal Oracle card here, friends. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm gonna pin up, I feel really deeply, Bridget, like this card is connected to your divine union. I feel like we pulled this before for you. Yeah, you saw water. That's excellent, Minnie. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Oh, wow. All right, this is gonna, all right, here we go. Where are we? All right. Outside tea. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. Okay. For the past 2 days, the phrase go back to the beginning has been following me everywhere. I've heard it in movies, TV shows, random places where it seemed impossible to ignore. Spirit has been wild lately. Yesterday, I went to see Riverdance. The first time I ever saw it was when I was 12 years old. And during the performance, one of my favorite pieces, The Heart's Cry, started getting flashes of memories and emotions that completely caught me off guard. What made it even more powerful was the backdrop. During the song, there was a giant oak tree projected behind the performers. I've seen Riverdance before and don't remember the imagery ever being part of the scene. So I think that's what triggered the flood of memories. And then the performers were arranged in a semicircle, holding candles and creating a very sacred and ceremonial feeling. I'd love to do a reading around this because it feels like something has come full circle for me. Even thinking about it now feels overwhelming in a way that's hard to put into words. Since last night, I've also felt very strong and constant presence from my counterpart. My interpretation of the heart's cry is that it's about the soul's call towards its true path. It speaks of an ancient knowing that exists beneath the mind, beyond fear and deeper than logic. The river represents the flow of life and destiny, while the salmon symbolizes the courage to return to one's source, even when the journey is difficult. To me, the song suggests that our hearts already know where we belong, and that if we're willing to listen, they will guide us there. Yes, and thank you so much for providing both the lyrics and the image. Absolutely compelling. All right, can I please get, can I get 4? Yeah, it's Kaushik. 4, please. Yeah, wrong. Yeah. It's very infrequent when a card pull renders me speechless. But yeah, I feel like I just had that happen. Okay. Yeah, you saw them. I mean, but like you see that, right? Okay. So the universe simply refuses to believe that there's any then that there's a lost cause. You have to understand this. Like when somebody says it's a lost cause, like universe is like hold my drink. Like hold my drink. Like the universe goes, "What was that? Did did somebody did somebody say it was hopeless? Like did somebody say it was a lost cause?" Right? Like the universe pricks up its ears whenever someone says like it's a lost cause, because the universe is like I'm where everything's found. Everything comes back to its source. Nothing is lost to the universe, right? Like that's what the universe is. Right? When somebody says it's a lost cause, universe goes, everything comes back to the source. What are you talking about? It's just a question of being able to find it, right? You just have to have the right compass. Right? Like that's what the universe says. You just got to have the right compass. Um, and one of the things that you effectively identify or recognize is um, is working into the context of being able to recognize that um, I literally see a situation that happened between you and your counterpart. Um, how do I describe? Like it's like you accidentally created an anomaly. Is what I keep on getting. It's like you accidentally created an anomaly with all those vowels I was talking about. Is what I keep on seeing. Stop vowing things, man. Stop with all the vows. Stop the vow. Okay. Um, and I and the thing about it is, I think I articulated that everything I read for you and them has to do with like a very complicated timing issue, right? Because um you know, the the thing is, and this is why the universe gets very frustrated when we overvow on things, right? Because the more that we vow, the more that we disavow the ability of the universe to be able to step in and do something, is what I keep on getting, right? Because I keep on seeing a situation, it's like where you'd be like, from this point forward, I will no longer do this. And then the universe goes, the universe goes, because there you are, like constraining, right? Constraining the possibility in the wake of a current moment that basically is the universe going, you're giving me very little to work with. Is what you must you're giving me very little, you're giving me very little to work with. So I see a situation by which, and this is why there was like this, I see a situation by which you and your counterpart, right? Stop being so hyperbolic about everything. Okay. Which is being like, I will never ever, like, don't know, like, don't be articulating upon never ever, because then the universe is like, but what about this, right? Like, but what am I supposed to do in this situation, right? It doesn't, there are always situations that require different circumstances. And so I feel like what I meant in relationality to what I was seeing that was happening in terms of going, and you saw that again, you said go back to the beginning, right? And what do you see in terms of going back to the beginning? That's what you are energetically waiting for, right? Because I literally see a situation by which like, and I think it's interesting because I'm not sure why I keep on like, hold on a moment, yeah. Um, there was something that you articulated, is what I keep on getting in the space by which you identified that you and another individual would only return back and then it's like I keep on getting, it's like you saying like all bets are off, right? And the reason I keep on getting all bets are off is because you identified that that in the extremity, right, in the energetic extremity, by which something was necessary, then all other vows would be energetically separated. I keep on seeing, that's why they're saying, that's why you keep on hearing going back to the beginning, because that's where you are right now, right? It's like you and counterpart um have kind of reached that impasse. And I want to point out, in relationality to you, right? In relationality to you, I see it's you having completed some type of energetic obligation, is what I'm identifying here. Some type of energetic obligation that you've kind of reached an energetic closure point on. And for them, the message I keep on seeing for them, they made a vow that they would never abandon their friends. which was actually connected to a past life, right? Because it was a wound from the past life that they energetically carried into this one based upon what happened between you and them, right? But they haven't abandoned them. They had to, and this is what you're gonna know them because they're gonna articulate that they had to abandon them to protect them. Right? Bottom of the deck. The observation, right? And this is what we understand in relationality to healing deep karmic lessons, which is the understanding, right? It's the recontextualizing of something to recognize what one is truly trying to prioritize. So I see somebody who's literally going through an awakening process because they always vowed that nothing would tear them away from their friends, but they're going through the condition by which the only way they could protect their friends is if they departed from them, right? Which is again the continuation of them healing the karmic wound that was happening between you and them. Yours is more about not going anywhere, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Yours is more about staying steadfast. And I keep on seeing, and I'm very curious to understand, like, here's the thing about it. I'm still trying to understand something that occurred to you, around you, or before you that had to do with steadfastness that may have brought some of this forward. But we're gonna kind of explore that more next time you and I are having a personal. I want to write down these cards because they're wild. So everybody needs to hold on a minute because I need to put this down. I also think it's really funny that as I was doing this reading, I couldn't find your new book, which feels like intentional on the part of the guides because, you know, it's about the old book. Just bear with me as I try to find it. I'll just write it on the back. It's fine. I already wrote it on the back. That's funny. I'll write it on the front. That feels apropos. Hold on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. And yep, got it. Cool. All right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private reads on my site. All right, let's continue right now. And Amos, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, user 524? I mean, Tatum, I think if you truly believe that, you wouldn't be fighting so hard to articulate against it. But if I promise to stop, wouldn't that be exactly? Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. Absolutely. It feels full circle. Yeah. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very fitting. I forgot, hold on, I forgot to mention that in the center. Oh, that's wild. That does feel significant. You're so welcome, Bridget. Yeah, the list right now for those who are interested, we've got Stella, Alyssa, Nicole, No, wait, sorry. Stella, Alyssa, Ivana, Nicole, and Ava. So if you want to get on the list, we've got 2 more spots before the list will be closed. I really would prefer not, Alex. All right. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today, I'm still looking for Stella. If Stella is not here, the next person on the list for today is Alyssa. Alyssa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. To the best of my knowledge, I believe I will be. I can confirm that, Minnie. Yeah. All right. If you need to, I understand, dear. Oh, perfect. Okay, we're not. Okay, great. See, it worked out fine, dear. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I need to point out there's something really interesting. There was somebody who identified that they felt like the eyes behind me were evil, which would indicate to me someone who has a fear of being perceived. Like, I hope you find healing on that journey. Because why do eyes make you feel fearful? I got you, dear. Oh, and bon compleanno. Before we continue right now, I've got the animal oracle here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Raven. We'll do that again after the next reading. How you doing today, Avatar? Oh, sweetheart. Okay. I'm going to pin you up here. I got you. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Alyssa, highest priority messages? So it's interesting because I feel like what I'm seeing here is I have to write down this message because it's very specific. Hold on a minute. Where's your book? And it feels like a message from a divine counterpart, because I just keep on hearing the same message coming through, which is bright spots in the darkness do not a day make. Bright spots in the darkness do not a day make. Which is the observation, right? The observation of someone doing something in order to try to make up for the way they should have been behaving every day, not just on special occasions. Which is why I keep on hearing bright spots in the darkness do not a day make. Because, you know, and I want to point this out, the sound of trauma, like, you know, you recognize this, right? The sound of trauma occurring is not often the space by which something is awful all the time, right? But it's often like the reason we often stay, right? The reason we often stay in traumatizing situations are those brief, brilliant moments of hope that make you wonder why it can't be every day. Those gifts were a rope to keep you there. Right? And they hurt more because they made you aware of how wonderful it could be if they only chose to be like that every day. But they weren't, right? Exceptional exceptions. Exceptional exceptions. And I keep on getting the message from your counterpart. With your counterpart, every day will feel like a birthday. Every day. Which is the observation of them understanding that the ability to, it's not, and I keep on getting, it's not the fact that things will be perfect, right? Like I see this, it's not the fact that somebody, it's not the fact that someone is promising that every day is perfect. But I see somebody who's going to make it their business to go out of their way each day to let you know how much better their lives are with you in it. Bottom of the deck. I feel like you have to prepare yourself for the fact that they might reach out. Especially with this, like, especially with this Hierophant, right? Because especially, I feel like especially as it relates to them, you can't, I keep wondering, you can't heal something unless another person recognizes that it's a problem. You know? I'm saying this especially if there was some kind of argument between you about them refusing treatment. I'm getting on them refusing treatment on something that was familial is what I keep on hearing, right? Like I see somebody who was like trying to white knuckle through something, but all they're effectively doing is hurting others, like in the process, right? And somebody trying to say like, no, I've overcome it, and being like, if you've overcome it, where is everybody? You know, like literally someone you like like if you say like I've overcome it, being like, well, if you overcome it, why is everyone keeping such a wide berth? You know, like that's the hard thing about it. A healing, I keep on a healing journey. Like a healing journey is only like it's interesting too because I almost see somebody um that's trying to like they're misconfusing a healing journey with self-isolation. And that's the thing about it, like when another person is confusing a healing journey with self-isolation, there's very little that one can do unless they recognize, like what they're putting others through. You know, like that's the hard part about it. Sending you, but that said, you know, I feel like one of the things I'm also picking up here with this reading is I feel like there's a guide that's articulating how proud they are of you because you're breaking some kind of very unhealthy cycle. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. No, you're not too late, Stella. Yeah, thank you for confirming. The Hierophant bottom of the deck signifies a few different things, right? Which is, and I want to point this out, you know, somebody articulating, right? Like I literally see, like you have to understand when someone takes advantage of another person's care for them, the sound you'll often hear is somebody saying like, oh, I guess you wouldn't care about me because you wouldn't stay here for through thick and thin. And you have to understand thick and thin means circumstances, not the way that we treat each other, right? circumstances. Thick and thin means, like, this is what I keep on hearing from the guide. Thick and thin means circumstances, right? Thick and thin means circumstances, not deplorable treatment, right? But there are those that are too caught in the hold of their ego journeys, that become too enamored with their own darkness, right? Like, they become too enamored with their own darkness. And when someone's too enamored with their own darkness, they'll often say something like, I thought you said you'd be here for anything. And being like, that's ridiculous. Who would put, like, nobody. Like, there's a limit to what we should energetically navigate, because we shouldn't put each other through things, particularly as it relates to how we treat one another. Yeah. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. But it was also your guide, but it was also identified as your guide, saying that your guide's there and they're proud of you and you're moving in the right direction. And I keep on getting you missing, like, let that be the time by which you're writing down what it will feel like to be in healthy connection, right? Like, let it be what you're writing down in terms of what it's going to feel like every day. Yeah, it's true. It sees the deeper truth about life. It's perfect. No, it's true. Especially, here's the thing about it. I like a Hierophant bottom of the deck for that reason, because it talks to us. It talks to us about what it actually means when we're articulating what we do for one another, right? Yeah, you tried so hard. I can see that. The guides see it too. Ugh. Because, I mean, and the reason, like, often, here's the thing about it, often it's hard to move on from energy like this, because you recognize that there's, if they were just to identify and start putting that work in, you know, they would change. But that's the thing about it, I keep on saying, it's there. If they won't, you can't heal something unless you accept that it needs to be healed, you know. Yeah. Sending you so much support on that journey, and I'm wishing you such a beautiful day. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. We've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. I'm so glad to hear that, dear. You're so welcome. And also, friends, when we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting the reading back to the collective. We're at 29.7 currently, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list via my tree that has binks in it in my bio. I'll take that as a compliment, MD. How you doing today, Zeke? I'm happy to read for you on that, John. If you'd like to get on the list is open. We've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. Depending on where you find the Hierophant, it can also be very rigid. You know, it's, you know, we talk about this. It has a lot to do with the context of the cards surrounding it. Second call for Stella. Second call for Stella. If Stella is not here, the next person on the list for today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Ooh, we're doing a dream. Living for it. Perfect. Okay. To get on the list, all you need to do is go to the tree that has binks in it in my bio and send a donation for 3 cards for 29 or more for those who are not paid members. For paid members, it's 4 cards for 23 or more. And you also, as a paid member, have access to a free 1 card reading each day. We read for here, Life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, symbol, and signal decoding. If you've got information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I got you, Ivana. Okay, is this in, before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. Okay. And I'm going to pin up Ivana here. Guys, make sure to give Ivana some love. This was about 8 years ago. I used to live in a studio room and I would get really bad nightmares. It felt like spiritual attacks. But now that I'm aware that it's not always spiritual attacks, most of the time it's shadow work, and I would like to know what was happening to me during that time. I would wake up at about 5 a.m. Because my partner would go to work at that time. I would go to sleep, they would leave, and I was thinking, and while I was asleep, I would hear the door open again, as if maybe they'd forgotten something, and you felt that you could clearly hear steps, but you couldn't open your eyes, and the steps would stop right in front of me, and it felt like maybe someone was looking over me, but my body felt paralyzed, and I couldn't talk or open my eyes. The first 2 times it happened, I thought maybe I was dreaming, but once it happened more, I felt so confused because I wasn't sure if I was asleep or awake. I remember this because what happened to me a few days ago. But around that time, I did not feel safe at all. I was aware that I did not feel comfortable with whatever it was, and sometimes I didn't even want to go to sleep. There's a dream that stuck to me a lot. Of all the bad dreams I had, this one was the most terrifying for me when living there. So the scene in the dream looked like the movie, like a horror movie. There was a lot of fog outside, and it was in the front part where my mother-in-law used to live. To get to the house, you just have to drive like a little bit further, and everything's just dirt and tall agaves on the side. So in the middle of this part of the house with fog, there was a bed, an antique bed with white sheets, and from afar I could see a lady with a white dress, short black curly hair, very pale, in their mid-40s, maybe jumping on the bed and smiling. At first, since it was from far away, I did not feel any fear or danger. I got on the bed and started jumping with her, and then we held hands and started jumping in circles on the bed. As we were turning, I would start laughing for joy, and so did she. But the turning started going faster, and their face started looking evil, and their laugh was not a very nice one. Their laughter started to get stronger, and turns started getting more aggressive to the point where I could not let go. Their face turned into a very demonic face with black eyes, and then I woke up. It's a dream, so we've got the dream coconut. All right. 4 cards, please. Wow. So there's 2 different things we have to kind of break up in relationality to the dream. The first is the circumstance or experience by which you were having effectively what felt like a repeating nightmare. And the repeating nightmare that we identify in the dream space has to do with the feeling of a presence hovering above you while you were in solitude. Now, we're going to pause on that one for a moment, and we're going to go back to the one that you identified in relationality to the home, okay? Because what we're basically seeing that you're potentially working through um, has to do, and it's interesting because the first thing we need to identify with shadow work is that often the shape by which shadow work comes through to us, the first thing you have to understand is there's nothing that we can experience in a dream that we haven't already experienced. So this is effectively your guides trying to help you process something that energetically occurred, but in a way by which you can fundamentally see it and experience it. And what we're effectively identifying here is the observation of experiences or situations by which another person cares about us, but cares about us in a way that prevents them from letting go of us, right? And we see that identified and articulated with the vision of the bed that effectively had an individual on it. And the space by which you saw, what would you see that that individual was doing? They were effectively playing on the bed. So the observation of you going towards the bed, and at first it felt perfectly fun, right? It felt like something that was energetically delightful and enjoyable because you were young. Now, the observation that as we age, the nature of our relationships intrinsically and inherently change. This is indicative of the fact that you have experienced situations where others, where you are going through a maturation point and somebody else would not let go of you or were not maturing at the same rate as you, which is the observation of the fact that you saw that you were on the bed, so working through the intimacy wound, feeling, right, feeling comfortable with what was occurring when you first started energetically engaging with someone. But because you identify the fact that there was turning there, the turning that's occurring has to do with time passing. So the obvious thing that should happen as time passes is that you stop energetically playing, right? The nature of what you're doing should effectively change. But that's why you identified that as you started turning more and more, right? You were laughing for joy, but then it started feeling more evil. And the laugh did not feel positive, but instead felt angry, right? Because when we are energetically maturing and we recognize that things change, the only sound we should hear is joy, applause, right? The recognition that things are changing and navigating that change with a sense of delight. And yes, even some sadness, right? Because it's hard to recognize that time is elapsing, but we don't hold another person's maturation personally. But what do we see in the context of this occurring, right? The space by which you want to let go, you want to stop playing, and another person refuses to do so, which is the experiences, the wounds we have, the maturation wounds, when another person is either, right, they're not ready to see us grow, right? They're not ready to let go, or they hold it against us that things can't stay the way they always have. So that this is potentially, and again, not necessarily coming in the form. The reason that we see it in the form of somewhere that you used to live is I wouldn't be surprised if this was a location that you were at for a good majority of your childhood, right? So the guides are showing you that you carry wounds as it relates to the nature of an individual building a connection with you, but then, right, that connection potentially turning toxic instead of growing because another person couldn't navigate the fact that it was time for the relationship to mature. And this is why you identified that their face felt energetically demonic with black eyes, and then you woke up because you can't, when somebody isn't seeing that, right? When somebody isn't seeing that, then what often happens is the fact by which they potentially start articulating, right? They start articulating it from some modality of rejection, right? They start taking it personally, and there's no getting through to them, right? Being like, it's hard to explain to someone and saying, like, it's hard to say to someone who hasn't matured, you haven't matured yet, right? You don't recognize the fact that this is no longer like that this is natural, right? Because they experience that change as unnatural. So here we have to bear that in mind in the context of what you are potentially experiencing. I would not be surprised. I would not be, because you've connected these two, I would not be surprised if the moments or the experiences by which you experienced those indications of that figure were at times by which you were going through those same maturation wounds, right? Which is another person, right? Another person. And how do you often see when another person isn't healing from a maturation wound? It's somebody that goes, what are you doing right now? Where are you? Right? It's that perpetual desire, right, to engage that often feels like it borders on obsession. So what we effectively see, I wouldn't be surprised, is if you were going through experiences where you were navigating another's maturation wound, if they weren't manifesting towards you as you gave indication, as the feeling of the energy literally arising in your dream space as the energetic disembodiment point of all of that latent, misplaced aggression, which is the modality by which you understand that you're just logically progressing, you're just logically maturing, but another person is holding it to such contention that it almost feels, right? It almost feels that they're watching, right? It almost feels like they're watching you in your restive state, which is doing something natural, right? But instead, like viewing it as something energetically toxic. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Wheel of Fortune in its reversal, right? We never it's hard, right? Because when these type of maturation things occur, you can't necessarily discuss them. And often the best thing that can happen, the way you can usually tell when somebody's ready to heal from a maturation wound, is when they come up to one and say, I owe you an apology, right? Like the space by which sometimes these are healed with time, because when another person matures and they recognize that that was occurring, right, they're usually energetically mortified, right? Because they realize that you can't recognize what you haven't experienced. But the observation of being able to come into one's wisdom in relationality to recognizing that you shouldn't have put someone through it when another person was going through a maturation process and oneself is still not ready to energetically mature. Typically, right? Typically what effectively occurs there is the ability, right? Is the ability, like when it's in a healthy space, there's usually a healthy ability to communicate upon it, right? It's working into the context of being able to recognize that sometimes we just drift apart, right? Sometimes we drift apart, sometimes we come back together. There's a naturalness in relationality to those experiences that is often navigated by just allowing, right? Just allowing something to effectively occur naturally. But what often happens, right, is what often happens in some of those toxic cycles, right? Another person sees that natural drift and they get very like they become very explosive in it. And in the modality by which they become explosive, it becomes impossible to be able to heal it when they come into maturation. This is what often happens. This is something you see that happens very frequently during Saturn return moments, right? When others talk about why Saturn returns are so difficult, there's usually experiences like this that are occurring, right? And that's why some Saturn return moments are recoverable. They're recoverable in the sense by which we allow them to happen naturally, and then we just recognize that we drift apart and often come back together, given the time, given the extent of time. But when another person, right, and I wouldn't be surprised if you had a lot of these moments, when another person takes your growth too personally, right, and they create an explosive moment, they make it, they actually create a rift between you and them, right? And the only way that they can heal the rift is if they take accountability for their lack of maturity. Some energy never, some energy never, some energy never is able to bridge that gap, right? And that's often hard because that often expresses in us as a Chiron wound, right? A wound that we didn't put there, but that we recognize, but we're aware of, but we also recognize is not in our capacity to heal. Rather something that we have to kind of perpetually deal with. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private reads, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yes, and just reading over. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, you have to understand that, like, when, like, yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for also connecting to that reading, Nicole. I hope that helps too as well. Sending you support as well, Liv. Yeah, I left behind very toxic friendships, and they wanted to continue to go to, yeah, but you're already in that another mindset. Well, and this is the thing about it, right? Like like something about that is energetically recoverable if another person takes accountability for it, right? But it's the observation or the situation of another individual, right? The observation of an individual who tries to effectively articulate or act like nothing happened, that is often the space by which we're carrying the Chiron wound on it, right? Which is, it's like it's sometimes like it's too much. It's too much to bear. Yeah, you're already in another mindset, right? Exactly. You're already beyond it. Like they're trying, and that's the thing about it. They're trying to energetically restore or recover from a moment that you're already beyond, specifically and particularly because they never took energetic accountability for it, right? Yeah. No, exactly. Yes, and thank you for reposting, Beb. Yeah, they made you feel like you were working too much. And again, that's that because that's what mature energy does. Right? That's what mature energy does. Right? Like one you could, like, that's a perfect example of what I'm articulating. Like as if someone desires to work too much, right? As if someone desires to do so, as if someone makes the intentional choice of saying, I can't wait to work too much. Understanding somebody taking something like that's an entitled, like that's the entitled perspective of immature energy, right? Seeing someone operating out of a state of need and trying to hurt another by trying to articulate that that's a choice that they're making. Exactly. If you missed any of that, Ivana, you should be able to find it over on the place where we keep the videos. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And thank you for the help, Nicole. I appreciate you. All right, speaking of which, we're going to continue right now. I'm still looking for Stella. If Stella is not here, the next person we're reading for today is Nicole. You're so welcome, Ivana. I'm looking for. Hi there, dear. How are you doing? Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I got you. Where'd you say you put it? Ah, thank you. Perfect. Oh, that one stays. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Ivana. We'll do it again after the next reading. Okay. And before we continue right now, and just a reminder to anyone who wants to get on the list right now, we've got 2 more spots available today before the list will be closed. One minute. Perfect. Okay. I've been holding this in for quite some time because I know it's painful to sit with, but a better time but I feel like I'm ready to air it and release. I put this in here because it's ancestral, I believe, and piggybacks off some of the ancestral readings I've had in the past. Okay. Got it. So it sounds like there are some ancestral wounds that have been rising up that one is effectively working through in light of current experiences. I also see the fact that while you've been working through that, there's been a lot of issues related to those around you hearing your truth and taking energetic accountability. Mm-hmm. This is very painful, and I'm sending you so much support on this journey. Can I please get 4 cards in relationality to what we're seeing? Mm-hmm. So the hardest thing that we often have to recognize when we're doing ancestral healing is understanding the state or nature by which a wound has been able to perpetuate in a familial line, right? That is often, like, when you see somebody that's energetically breaking unhealthy cycles in the present, there's the reason I say they're often being celebrated in spirit, because they're doing the hard work that others energetically shy away from. So I want to start by saying that that's where we see you right now, right? Like, you've got your hard hat on, and you're effectively identifying, and this is what feels so difficult, because not only are you doing what feels energetically logical, necessary, and sane, but you're seeing the insanity in those that are not supporting you as you make those determinative decisions, particularly in the realm of you being energetically safe. Particularly and especially if something occurred that was causing you bodily harm or putting you in bodily danger. And let's be clear about this, right? There should be no situation by which anyone should be articulating or convincing you that you should stay in a situation where you are bodily in danger. And the observation of energy around you that is not necessarily supporting you, simply doing that, simply articulating and doing the work necessary to protect. The message that you need to remember from your guides is those in spirit see you as the energetic protector of the lineage. That's what spirit sees, right? If you're taking the steps necessary to protect, like, spirit's first directive is to make sure that we are energetically safe. And so if you're doing that necessary, messy work, and I like to point out, often when you're doing the messy work of prioritizing safety, what is the sound you will frequently hear? I think you're making a big deal out of nothing. Yes, that is, if you're doing the work right, then that's what it should sound like, right? If you're doing the work right, then that is inevitably what it feels like, because that means that that is effectively you applying caution to things in a way by which they're energetically protective. So we identify and see circumstances or situations by which you are working through with due diligence and accountability, identifying and articulating the full nature and shape of experiences that were occurring in order to ensure that they are facilitated in the best way. And so your ability, right? And this is the hard thing about it. If you're going through that, if you've literally identified a source of danger, right? If there you are identifying a source of danger and harm, right? And there's others going, well, but I like them. Right? Like I like being like a bit like, yeah, you like them too. Has nothing to do, right? Likability has nothing to do with safety. Likability has nothing to do with safety. It has to do with recognizing that when you're protecting things, you are ready to make experiences uncomfortable. So this is what we effectively see that's occurring there. We have an observation of you doing that necessary work, right? Like literally someone being like, well, like, and I like to point this out, like in the space by which, like the difference between doing something that one is eager to do versus doing something that one knows is energetically necessary to do is often the framework by which you're able to articulate where something would eventually go, right? And the thing about it is like the thing you have to see, and this is what the guides say, what would it take? Like, how much did you have to risk your own person to convince someone that another person wasn't energetically safe, right? Would it have taken a broken bone? What would it would have taken? What would effectively take that, right? Because that's effectively what we're identifying here, right? Like a bad moment, like someone trying to say a bad moment, but understanding that we don't exist in the space by which another person says, oh, a bad moment, saying bad moments. We work, when we're working fastidiously, we work to make sure that that even in our worst moments, we are each other's safe spaces, right? Like there's everybody else understanding that when you've done the work of the self, your worst moments are not exceptions. They define, right? They define one's own ability to move through things. So we just keep on seeing here that there's something very important in relationality to not only, right? To not only you doing that necessary vital work in terms of being energetically fastidious about what it is that you had to do and what is energetically necessary, but you're also, and this is why I feel like the guides are articulating, you're also healing. You're healing a family connection because you're revealing, the blasé attitude that allowed for things to effectively intrude. Like you're observing the blasé attitude as it relates to a lack of a standard that should be energetically held. And that's what feels awful. That often feels awful when we're working through healing family wounds, because it's the space by which you notice, you're like, what do you mean? Like, why? It's a space by which you see somebody and being like, why isn't there a standard there? And another person being like, I don't know what you're talking about, being like, where's your standard? Like, where's your standard? Like, that's the hardest part about it. Bottom of the deck, right? It's mortifying. It's a mortifying moment when you see somebody who lacks a standard. It's a mortifying moment. And it's hard because, like, this is the shape of navigating the wounds, being like, you can't unsee it when another person lacks a standard. But often circumstances reveal it. So you're like, remember that if you're seeing things, right? If you're seeing things that are ugly, then your sight is blessed, right? If you're seeing things that are ugly, then you have the blessed perspective, because that is you being able to look at something and articulate and say, right? Like the you saying like, oh, you're missing a standard there, right? And it's the observation of saying you're missing a standard there, and the only sound that another person should have when they're missing a standard is embarrassment, right? The only sound that you should hear when you observe to another person that they're missing a standard is embarrassment, right? It's a desire to effectively repair it. It's a desire to effectively identify and be aware of it. So remember, if you're making others aware of the fact that they're missing incredibly important standards, like that is literally, that is you doing the work to heal the ancestral line. And if it was easy, everybody would do it. If it was easy, this is why you often, like, that's often why you see, like, oh, look, there's a person healing the family line. Oh, they're not talking to anybody. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, that feels right. Yeah, nobody. Yeah. Like, yeah, this one. No, this one. They got standards. Yeah, nobody's talking to them because they got standards. Everybody else, not so much. Not so. A couple of standards missing there, right? That's often what happens, right? Like that's, yeah. Where's the one with standards? Way over there. Where's the one with standards? Way over there, right? Because they're saying any minute, anytime you want to have those standards, anytime you want to get those standards, you're welcome over. Just bring the standards, and there you are waiting. Hi. I can't hear you over these standards, but if you want to come over, yeah, like that's often what happens. So I know. Remember, your guides see this too. And it shouldn't be like that, but that's why they're energetically protecting you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the help, Nicole. So again, and Nicole, if there was any part of that, and I want to point out, especially with all of the energy around it, I just keep on noticing, like when we're reading for you, like a lot of that energy starts becoming relevant because it's articulation of how highly protected you are. Thank you for confirming. Yeah. They made me feel like you went too far by holding them accountable. Like that's like, again, like where is the standard? What would have, how much risk to your person needed to, that's a conversation you need to ask someone. What would it have taken for them to decide that it was appropriate for you to raise alarm? That is the question. That's a question that your guides are coming through. Like, that's the only conversation you should be having when they ask you that. Have them explain, say in detail, what level of risk, what level of bodily risk should you have allowed to perpetuate for them to have grown concerned? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Sending you so much support on that journey. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And again, because anything beyond that is them saying that that's where their standard is, right? So if somebody says, oh, if they had broken a bone, being like, okay, so everything before a broken bone is allowed, right? Like that is what you're defining, right? You're learning exactly where another person's true standards are. Yeah, exactly. Sending you so much support on that journey. I know it shouldn't be like that, but that's why you're healing it, because you're revealing it. No, and we've been reading for this. Like, that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to a guide, being like, you've got two very strong guides around you that are articulating upon the fact. It's funny too, because the guides are like, we shouldn't have to be here, but yet here we are, right? You're so welcome, dear. And sending you so much support on that journey. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list is the next person on the list for today. I'm still looking for Stella. If Stella's not here, the next person on the list today is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Thank you for letting me know. Ava? Excellent. Before we continue with Ava's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. Ava, I got inspired by Bridget's reverse counterpart reading with Lover reverse soul sister reading. Okay, hold on a minute. Just need to read some inside tea on this. I got you, dear. And I'm going to pin you up. The list is open, Amanda, if you'd like to get on it. And I'm going to pin up Ava here. Guys, make sure to give Ava some love. I mean, the one thing I keep on seeing in relationality to this is I feel like I see somebody who I see somebody who's working through some very harsh feelings, particularly as it relates to losing energetic connection with their own family, is what I'm identifying. And I think it feels to me like there's something here that's very difficult, because I almost see somebody, I almost see somebody who was like effectively told, like identified that there was something about them being welcome somewhere, so long as they moved away from their authentic self, is what I keep on getting. And I think that I almost feel like I see somebody who's still wrestling with that to a certain extent. It feels very much like it almost feels like somebody who's in a situation by which another person says, you know, you'll always have a place here. Um, so long, like you'll always have a place here so long as you like drop, like I keep on hearing someone say like you'll always have a place here so long as you drop that attitude. And another person being like that attitude, like another person being like that attitude is me, right? Like what another person sees as an attitude is literally them just being in their, like I even see it like they're super, like they're working through their own sense of energetic positivity. They're working through their own sense of courtesy. They're working through a lot of that there. And I just keep on identifying that navigating that is like that's the hard part about it. Like I literally see someone being like, I'm being as nice as possible, but it's the fact that they don't want them to be nice. They want them to like, it feels almost like the type of energy that wants another person to be like overly like desperate for an energetic connection, right? So I think it's really interesting because I see somebody healing from some fear-based mindset that made them feel like there was a place for themselves so long as, right, so long as everything was energetically focused on keeping another person, I keep wondering like keeping another person happy, or like or like I keep wondering somebody's happiness at the sacrifice of everybody. Like it's giving me a little bit of, it's giving me a lot of this like bending over backwards kind of energy, you know? Like someone who's like almost like it's saying to me like someone who like kind of got over the space of bending over backwards and not, and recognizing that like there was no amount of bending that was ever going to energetically satisfy someone in their own life. So I feel like I see a lot of that there. And something about that work that's so necessary is articulating on the observation. Um, like I almost see somebody who's like trying something new, which is they're focusing on their 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 sense of contentment, right? They're focusing on their own ability to effectively navigate something. But I also feel like what's hard about that is I feel like I see somebody that's also navigating a lot of loneliness. And I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like I see somebody who wishes that they could talk to someone about it, right? Because for one, in one hand, I see somebody who misses, right? They miss the security and reliability of some kind of rigid structure that they grew up with. But I also see them kind of contending with the fact that they're trying to, like, I feel like they're almost trying to create that sense of structure in their own life right now, but not at the expense of them being their own self. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with this King of Wands in its upright. You know, the King of Wands, the King of Wands in its upright um, speaks to us about the ability to effectively bring change into our own experiences. And I feel like what's interesting in terms of what I'm identifying here is I feel like I see some kind of circumstance or situation by which another person is, it's like, it almost feels to me like somebody who's had to put distance from someone who they know. um like it feels to me like they've had to put distance away from somebody who they know um will almost intentionally um mess things up for them just to prove them wrong. You know, like it's really like I feel like that's what's so hard about this, is it feels to me like a lot of the work that they're seeing, that I'm identifying around someone, is like it feels like somebody, like it almost feels like somebody, they're healing from like somebody who was like actually hurt, like traumatizing them, but while always claiming that they were just perpetually raising the bar, you know? And it's giving me a little bit of this. And I want to point out, like, often when I see something like this, someone is always like, you'll thank me for this someday. And another person who looks back on them and says, right, I don't thank you for anything, because you've been the shape of all of the trauma that I've had in my life. Right? Like it's giving me a lot of that. And I feel like a lot of those unresolved feelings, I feel like you've had to navigate that too. Right? Like it's saying to me, like, and I like to point this out, that the sound of trauma is always, you'll thank me for this one day, and that day never comes, because it's understanding that the person, like the person who's energetically trying to prepare us for like another person's fear, like they themselves are the scary one, because the way they think, right, the way they think is like so twisted, that they're always like it's like it says, like, it's interesting because like it feels to me like I see somebody who's trying to come into a headspace by which they're learning to trust, because there was like, it feels like there was so much distrust that was put into them, specifically and particularly, right? Like it's literally somebody being like, you can't trust anybody, and the person that's articulating that is like the least trustworthy person you've ever experienced. You know what I mean? Like, it's like being like, well, yeah, clearly. So I feel like there's something very important there, because a lot of what I'm observing is another person having to effectively recognize or identify the shape or nature by which they themselves are working to effectively heal. So I just want you to be conscientious of that, because I feel like like I feel like you're also going through those same trust wounds, and I feel like it's, it's hard, because I wouldn't be surprised if you both have energy that's constantly trying to reach out to you from the past. Um, but like it's saying to me, it's like the type of energy that tries to reach out from the past, saying like, oh, are you ready? Are you ready to apologize for being mad that I hurt you? Like it's that type of thing. Like, are you ready to apologize for being mad that I hurt you, kind of energy. Thank you so much, Ava, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list, we've got one more spot on the list before the list will be closed. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, dear. Sending you support on this. And thank you, Gods, for the follow. Hold on. I mean, in terms of like, yeah, I mean, I think that the thing I keep on seeing is making sure that you're not being in like active melee with someone that's constantly making you question yourself. is what I keep on getting. You know, like I feel like I see them a little bit behind where you are. Whereas, like, I feel like I see them kind of like, I feel like I see them where you were like maybe about 8 months ago. So it's like, I feel like you're kind of beyond it. They're still moving through it. You're so welcome, dear. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list right now is Amanda. Amanda, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, I've got one more spot available before the list will be closed. Yes, Stella. You could be you are the list. You are still available to have a reading. I'm just Amanda's first, and then we can have your reading. Absolutely. Nope, it's all right. Hi there, dear. I got you. Let me just pin you. Before we continue with Amanda's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hawk. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Amanda here. Guys, make sure to give Amanda some love. 3 cards, please. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I see some kind of possibility. I mean, I'm not sure if there's like an active relationship that you're currently building with someone, but you got the 6 of Cups here, which is identifying or working towards energetic partnership. You know, the thing about it is, I think that there's something really important that I'm seeing here. As it relates to having or maintaining a healthy manifestation goal in terms of what it is that you're energetically seeking in relationship. Because, you know, this 6 of Cups, like I want to stress, like the 6 of Cups that is navigated with the 7 of Wands can often talk about the fact that, like, when we're working through healing from situations, we have to make sure that we're not carrying a lot of anxiety into partnership. Because the thing is, when we've got a lot of anxiety in partnership, it can create the space by which it's hard to be able to, it almost articulates upon the difficulty in being able to identify what feels like healthy restorative direction as to what needs to heal or what needs to be done. And I think it's interesting because I feel like I'm not sure, again, like I'm very curious as to like whether you're actively in relationship or trying to work through something. Because to me, when I see these cards, it would almost identify a relationship hurdle that needs to be navigated as it relates to the ultimate direction of a relationship. Especially as it relates, like often with this 7 of Wands, this can talk about an argument in terms of locationality or in terms of the way that we want to live a lifestyle. So I want you to make sure that if you're entering relationship right now, the first conversation that you're having is one based upon ideal lifestyle. Because the hard part that I'm seeing here with this of cups with the seven of wands is, um, if we and a counterpart have different desires as it relates to the ideal lifestyle that we hope to experience, we want to make sure that we're having those conversations sooner rather than later, because particularly and especially with this devil card in its reversal, um, what you want to energetically avoid is a situation or circumstance by which you articulate, like one articulates that, um, if certain conditions are met, then something can change, but then another person feeling and in some kind of way, shape, form, or fashion that that ideal goalpost is perpetually being moved forward inevitably. So don't be afraid to talk. Like, make sure, especially if you're actively dating right now, that you're having healthy conversations about healthy conversations about what you're actively working to change in your current experience, because a lot of that shape that I see is occurring here, particularly and especially in relationality to being able to focus or articulate upon, where you are presently versus where you aspire and hope to be. I feel like there's something really important about that. Um, and I think that it's interesting too, because, like, especially, like, I would almost suggest with energy like this as it relates to relationship, don't give your manifestation goals first. Like, don't say to someone, this is what I aspire for, and them say, yes, I want that too. Ask them, right? Ask them what their desired manifestation goal is, right? Ask them, say, like, and I keep on hearing, not just the space by which you say to another person, what are you looking for a relationship? Like, say to the individual, what would an ideal relationship be like for you, right? Where do you see yourself? Um, in so much time, especially, I don't know why, and I want to point this out, especially with this six of cups, this has something often to do with children. So make sure, right, make sure that there is alignment if that is something that is very relevant or important to you, because I need to point out, often when I see this six of cups here, right, when I see this six of cups in a reading around relationship, it could be like it's having heavy conversations related to what we aspire for as it relates to family, right? So make sure that you're not waiting to have those conversations if that's something that's very important to you. Make sure that you're having them right off the bat, right? Especially with the bottom of the deck here. Yeah, the Knight of Swords, right? It's never too soon to talk about what we're ideally seeking as it relates to, our ideal dynamic. Don't let somebody feel, if there's a situation by which you talking, right, because the thing is, you have to understand, talking about manifestation goals does not mean that we're promising them to one another, right? So the observation of you saying to someone, look, let's just get this, let's just address this, right? This is something that is a non-negotiable, right? Lead with your non-negotiables as it relates to relationship, particularly if there's something about those non-negotiables that feel very, very family focused, right? Because, and that is not, I keep on hearing, like, that is you, right? If somebody is effectively turned away in the context of you identifying what your energetic dream relationship would be, that's not the person you're ever going to have it with, right? Like, that is someone, like, I feel like there's something very important about that in terms, right? If someone says they're not ready, then don't be in the state or nature by hoping that being in partnership is going to somehow change that. And especially if you are actively in relationship and there's some kind of conversation I see that potentially occurring as it relates to moving something deeper into union, right? If another person is saying I'm not ready, then make sure that you're saying when can we readdress it? Give me a date, right? Like if they say not now, be like, okay, then when? And make sure that you're focusing upon that. Because I feel like there's something really important about you trying to articulate that I see you very much in the state or nature of having a very specific plan or a very specific goal. So make sure that those are opportunities. Don't wait to level set with someone until after you have the connection. Make sure you're doing it before, right? Particularly if there's situations by which this has burned you before. Thank you so much, Amanda, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I've got room on the list for one more person before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through. Hi there, Claire. How are you doing today? Excellent. You're so welcome, Amanda. And the next person on the list, and the one thing I will say is it does feel like there might be something about someone from the past trying to come back, especially if there was something about a family dynamic that was happening there, right? Like, don't let them effectively relenting or saying like, fine, I'm willing to do so. Like, a healthy manifestation goal is never found with a fine, right? It should be navigated joyfully together or not at all, right? Don't, if someone's trying to come back to you in this space of feeling like they're relenting, let that be a sign that it's over, right? Because a healthy relationship is not like, a healthy relationship is not created with someone that says like, I'll relent to your demands. They should be navigating those with the same joy that you want to employ in receiving them. Thank you, dear. All right, the next person we're reading for today. I'm so glad. Oh, good to see you, Claire. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Next person we're reading for today is Stella. Thank you for letting me know, dear. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, I've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just bear with me. Okay. So I'm just looking over. Are you sure that you sent it? Because I'm not seeing it. And Claire, thank you for the follow. I'm so glad to hear that, Laurel. I am so glad. Hi there, Rahul. How are you doing today? Oh, I've got it here. Just bear with me. Yep, I got it, dear. I found it. Mm-hmm. Got you, dear. And before we continue with this reading right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. But before we also continue, let's do the 50K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to 50K. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 28. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in different order than you guys post them. Oh, congratulations, Stella. You got it. We will do that again when we get to 100K. And we are now going to do our intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was the water dragon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. 4 cards, please, for Stella in relationality to working through this feeling. So, in relationality to what I see around an individual is the thing I keep on identifying is you have to recognize that this is an individual who effectively keeps those in proximity to them based upon they prioritize others' energetic gullibility point. I want you to kind of recognize that in terms of what I'm seeing, right? This is someone who aspires for a relationship by which they identify, like they're prioritizing another person being gullible as it relates to their highest, like that is their highest aspiration in relationality to a counterpart. They specifically look, right? They specifically seek gullible energy. And the observation, right? I want you to understand the reason that the guides are articulating that is as it relates to one's own feelings in terms of building a relationship. Literally, you can kind of, it's almost articulating to me that you have to come to terms with the fact that you could never be in a relationship with an individual because your intelligence is literally the hurdle, right? You would have to be in your gullibility, right? You would actually like they don't like they see intelligence in another and they turn their nose, which is why even in the space by which you came towards them, right? Even in the space by which you came towards them in terms of articulating upon something, but even in the articulation upon something, your ability to effectively identify and recognize that the shape and nature by which they prize others, right? They quantify gullibility. That the counterpart they're with was effectively the most gullible person that they could find. The individuals that they keep close to them, high gullibility. Or or those who are good at masquerading as gullible is what I keep on seeing. When I articulate upon the fact that this person lives a life of misery, this is what I mean, right? And it's okay. Here's the thing about it. It's okay to mourn them. It's okay to mourn them in that experience. It's okay to mourn that they make those choices. But the most important thing that you have to recognize is don't allow the perception of the understanding that that's what they prioritize to be any kind of recrimination in terms of what it is that you energetically aspire for. You did not lose anything in this connection. This connection was never this connection was never going to arrive into the ascended state that you effectively aspired it to go, because this person has no desire to energetically ascend. They're effectively just trying to effectively build into the context of gullible energy that allows them to do anything that they want to, and even more so, right? They want to effectively feel, it's not just the fact that they want to do that, but they want to feel like they're getting something over on someone, right? It's not, I keep on, it's not enough that they can do anything, but they want to have the feeling of getting one over another as they're energetically doing it. So that feeling or that situation or circumstance, the thing you have to just recognize is it's here's the thing, it's okay for you to feel sad for them, because, and I want to point out, even in the space by which they feel very lonely, right? Some manifestation goals are lonely places, right? If you aspire to have gullible energy around you, then be prepared to feel extremely isolated. If you aspire, right? If you aspire to do things that would energetically hurt others, and then you only keep those around you that are inured to the hurt, don't be surprised the day that when they themselves are hurting, there's no one there to comfort them, right? They've effectively created a situation by which they prioritize the wrong things. And so that observation, even in the space by which you effectively are coming towards them, trying to take accountability, there's no experience by which they're going to fully take accountability. Because even here, and I want to point this out, right? I see a situation by which a counterpart moved them into the spectrum of having to take accountability, right? And I literally see a counterpart that's trying to articulate to others that they think that they've had a breakthrough, and here's this energy trying to disembark in the relationship. You know, I feel like that's what I keep on identifying here, that's a real tragedy. I just keep on reading on a situation by which one person is feeling very proud because they believe they've had a breakthrough, and and this individual is effectively packing their bags. Bottom of the deck on this reading, you know, like the sad part about this is, and this is what we mean about being in their authenticity, that the sad truth of it is, if they had been in their authenticity, right, you both would be absolutely wonderful together, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing is the full shape of the pain that you're probably feeling and they're probably recognizing, which is, I don't think that there's anything, like that's a wild thing about it. I don't think there's anything that this person potentially aspired to have with you that you wouldn't have given them gladly. But the only thing I keep on seeing in relationality to you having that authenticity is the ability to effectively identify and recognize that if they were, like, here's the thing about it, if they were being open, like if they were being open and honest, they would have to give others around them the same benefit. And they're too emotionally fragile for that. They're simply too emotionally fragile to navigate it. They're too emotionally fragile to navigate giving others the same benefit that they themselves are seeking, which is why you see, right? Which is why I see this individual who's basically like they've convinced themselves that they're living like a secret life. And meanwhile, everybody around them is watching them live that secret life and giving and letting them live under the false presumption that they're doing so. And something about your observation, right? I told you, like I keep on hearing from one of your guides, your work was important in terms of helping them recognize that that illusion is gone, right? The illusion is gone, and now they see the fact, like there's something about they're seeing the fact potentially about the fact that they haven't, right, like they've been doing something under another person's nose, and another person is basically like they now realize that like another person, right, they weren't necessarily doing it under their nose so much as it was someone who was intentionally closing their eyes, right? And so I feel like the guides are almost articulating that the space or nature by which, remember when I said in the yesterday's reading, you've given an angelic an opportunity to try to get through to someone. Like I keep on seeing the fact that the angelic's trying to articulate that is not, like that is not lost on them, and that they appreciate the fact that you've created that space by which you've given someone the opportunity to potentially do better. How they choose to utilize that is entirely, it's, I keep wondering, that's on them. It's not on you, right? Just continue, and I keep on seeing like now would be a really good time to kind of write out those manifestation goals in relationality to what that ideal relationship would be, what that ideal aspiration would be, what that work that I see that you're working so fastidiously on, because I keep on hearing the guides are saying that your divine counterpart, you haven't met them yet. This individual is not your divine counterpart. This individual is your karmic. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also, again, at 54.5K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Thank you for also sending you support, Stella. Hi there, Avatar. Good to see you today. And thank you for becoming a member of my fan club, Elizabeth. And thank you so much for those roses, Janae. All right, we're going to continue right now. The list is now open. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one more spot available. Like a karmic is effectively, it's navigate. It's not the fact that all energy is negative when it comes to karma, but it says to me that there's something about this individual that like it felt like the possibility of them working to heal was there, but they want something completely different than you. They're moving in an entirely different direction, right? And while they may energetically feel appealing to you, what they're effectively aspiring for in relationship is antithetical to the direction that you yourself are headed. You're so welcome, dear. All right, we're now doing one card readings for super fans and for those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. If you are, if you'd like to have a card pull, just go ahead and put in the comments. Nicole, 2 cards coming out. We've got the King of Cups and it's upright with the World card. So I see some circumstances or situations by which understanding that your ability to move through this experience is allowing you to help others understand and recognize their own energetic standards. Bottom of the deck on this reading, particularly, yeah, it's interesting because this Emperor card came up when I did that reading with you earlier, right? Like when energy that articulates, right? Like I feel like there's something about an experience that's helping you see exactly what needs to be healed in a familial connection. And the way you can, and it's a continuation of what I saw in relationality to someone saying, oh, well, it wasn't that bad, right? If they articulate that it wasn't that bad, rest assured they put someone through that, right? Recognize if they articulate that it's not so bad, that's because they put someone through that. Animal oracle, right? Recognize that if they try to articulate that something it was not so bad, it's because they themselves have also done it. Thank you so much, dear. Alexandra, dating advice from guides. It says to me, I feel like this is you working to heal something or working to heal an intimacy wound as it relates to a healthy connection. With the Magician card in its bottom of the deck, you have to kind of trust the process, right? And I feel like there's something really important about relationship right now, especially with this seal, which is I keep on, every time I read for you right now, I keep on hearing, where do you want to be? Do you want to travel with me? Right? Making sure that you're articulating upon like where you aspire to be aspirationally, right? Like allowing the context of communicating upon that to see if another person is adaptable in relationality to where they are locationally. I got you, Ivana. One card on meditation guidance, please. Focus on a purpose. Right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, the Magician card, bottom of the deck again. So there's something important I'm seeing there in relationality to focusing on a purpose. And I think that there's also something very, I feel like one of the things that you need to focus on your meditation, you growing doesn't hurt anyone that's healthy. It's healthy to grow, is what I keep on getting. It's healthy to grow. And when we care about each other, we support each other's growth. Right? So be supportive of growth in every direction, because I feel like that is you working to heal any experiences by which another person has hard feelings because you've been growing, right? This is what we identify as growing pains. And Julia, thank you for getting on the list today. The list is now closed. If you would like to get on, I'm going to continue right now. You're so welcome. I got you, Minnie. One card on it feels good. It feels grounded. It feels healthy. Bottom of the deck, I feel like I see somebody who worries about another person and they're glad to see them in a point of happiness. I feel like I see somebody who knows how hard someone's had it, is what I keep on identifying. You know, like I feel like there's something about someone who's like has someone's best interest. Like they're very mindful of keeping another person's best interest in mind. Yeah. Pinky, the list is closed today. We're doing one card readings for Super Fam. If you'd like to have a card pulled, it really requires, there's not a one size fits all approach to that. It's different for everyone. Oh, that's wild, Ivana. Look at that. Strive to broaden your horizon each day. That's beautiful. I got you, Ava. King of Swords in its reversal, right? I feel like you and another person are working to heal the same trust wound as it relates to healing from energy that tries to articulate that they know. Like when someone says that they're doing something for our benefit, it's usually a sign that they're doing it for their own. Yeah, right? The seal energy. You and another person are going to find each other by holding yourselves preciously. I got you, Bridget. One card, highest priority for Bridget on counterpart. Got three cards coming out. I feel like I see somebody that's finally finding themselves in a space of solitude, right? Because they recognize, I feel like again, like them working through that devil card in its bottom of the deck is like, I feel like they're working through a situation or circumstance, but they never asked for, but they're doing their best to navigate, right? It's like I see somebody that's like literally doing the work of trying to make the best of something. I got you, Mel. Alexandra, I already drew a card for you, dear. One card for Melissa on tomorrow. It feels positive. It feels like somebody who wants to talk to you, or somebody who's like, it's saying to me, like, especially with the world card, bottom of the deck, it feels a little bit like another person trying to articulate like a positive conversation in terms of, I feel like a positive conversation in terms of you yourself trying to not only work through something, but trying to improve something as you're working through it, is what I keep on seeing. You're so welcome, dear. Absolutely. Two cards for Avatar. Hussein, these are one card readings for paid members. So if you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw cards for you. Avatar, this says to me, like, don't let somebody poke at you. Like, don't let somebody know that they can get under your skin. Yeah, especially with this world card. You know, like it almost feels like, you know, I need to point this out. Childish energy will try to go out of their way to energetically make it a point that they're ignoring us, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, remember, that's all that is. It's child energy, right? Mature energy doesn't do that. What mature energy have you ever experienced that seems to go out of their way to try to articulate to another that they're ignoring. You know, it's giving me the type of energy of someone who like literally like someone who like watches something but doesn't energetically respond, or like effectively like it feels like it feels like somebody who like tries to make their presence known, but then but makes their presence known, but then like clearly does not clearly does not like it really it just feels like completely like child energy, like someone being like, why aren't you getting more upset that I'm ignoring you, like being like, because when another person is ignoring in that way, it's not upsetting, it's concerning. It's like, are you all right, you know? Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. It's okay, dear. You're welcome, Mel. It's my one on career, please. It feels positive. I feel like I see some career opportunities coming towards you right now. Bottom of the deck with the Sun card. But it also feels like, I feel like honor your no in terms of what you're not available for. Yeah, especially with this like fox energy. Like, don't, like, I feel like this is you. I feel like this is you having to explain to another person. Um, like, it's not that things are beneath you right now, but I feel like it's you having to explain how energetically busy you are. So make sure that you're articulating, like, make sure you're working with energy that has proven themselves as it relates to be like a reliable partner, not somebody asking you to partner with them so that you can end up doing most of the work. One card for Erica, please. You're welcome to ask questions, Opera, but if you'd like a card pulled, that requires a donation. But the list is closed, so it requires a paid membership. 5 of Cups for Erica. Don't get twisted up on what's lost. Just focus on what you need to be focusing on in the present. Yeah, don't let hard feelings get in the way of getting done, particularly as it relates to this Fox card, right? Like, identify, recognize, move through it. Absolutely. Janae, highest priority, please. The Star card in its upright, it's never, healthy relationships can handle harmless questions, right? Um, yeah, especially with the Knight of Cups, don't let somebody come back, right? Like, don't let somebody come back after they made like I keep wondering, like somebody's trying to say, I'm ready to forgive you for being upset that I wasn't being good to you, right? None of this, I'm ready to forgive you for you being upset that I wasn't good to you, right? Like, don't let another person ignore the apology they owe you by trying to expect an apology from you. Yeah, especially with that fox. The fox card keeps on popping up, right? Like, don't let somebody twist who owes who an apology. Absolutely. The next person we're reading for today is Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Welcome. How are you doing today, Risha? Thank you for joining us from India. On the disco. I got you, dear. Oh, before we continue, I did not. Hi there, Giggle. I got you, Nikki. One card, highest priority. It's a lot of energy in the room. It's what you keep on seeing. It's a lot of energy in the room. Yeah, bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's like when there's a lot of energy, when there's a lot of energy in the room, it can do a number on fragile systems. Yeah, the air dragon. The air dragon. A lot of energy. It makes things glitch. But it's not just me, it's the collective energy, right? Yeah. All right, let's get to it. Mm-hmm. All right, just bear with me a moment. Excellent. The next person we're reading for today is Julia. And before we continue, I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Janae. All right. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Julia? We're gonna be starting one cards again after this reading, Yaz. Glad to hear it, Janae. Inside. Okay, just bear with me a minute. I need to read over this. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I got you, dear. Okay. Whoop. Can I get 2 more, please? So the thing I'm seeing in relationality to a lot of the um, in relationality to a lot of those perceptions that you're working through. Um, and I want to point something out that I think is really important because you kind of landed upon it. You landed upon it perfectly, right? Which is you articulated upon the fact that you had an energetic vision before you, but you also identified, right, the fear and the interference, right? The fear and the interference. So I want you to be very conscientious about that because what I see and identify in relationality to um, what you yourself are working through is navigating. It's navigating the hurdles of um, like, and I want to point this out. It feels to me like your guides are bringing that through to help you navigate your own sense of confidence, right? Because all of that, you identified all of that fear and all of that interference, which is often, and I like to point this out because there's a little bit about this that is like working through, it's like working through the shadow work. And the shadow work, I wouldn't be surprised if you have a lot of shadow work that you're energetically navigating in relationality to uh, feeling perceived, or feeling perceived or energetically seen, right? Because like one of the things that our guides help us with is navigating the inevitable shadow work that often comes up in the form of moving towards a healthy manifestation goal. And this is a perfect conversation that we see that's happening between you and your higher self, that is reflected in terms of them identifying and saying, are you energetically prepared for this? Because there you see, right? There you see yourself. Thank you for confirmation on that. There you see yourself working towards your purpose, right? Where's your purpose? You see what the purpose is. You see the purpose that you identify in something that you're moving towards. And where do you see, like, where do you see that path leading, right? It's working through the path by which you're fulfilling your purpose, and you're seeing yourself everywhere. And I can already see this. I guarantee that you weren't looking at it going like, oh yeah, you're going like you were working through the weirdness of it, right? And that's the thing about it. Like often when we're moving towards our purpose, like the thing that often we have to navigate is like, are you ready for it to get weird? Like, are you ready for it to get weird? It's gonna get a little weird. And here's the thing about it, right? Like you have to understand that, and this is why we talk, like I feel like we've been seeing a lot of examples of this, that when you don't embrace your weird will make you freak out, right? Like there you are working towards your manifestation goal and it gets weird. And then it's very easy to like freak out in the context of working towards your manifestation goal, because it's often, right? It's often working through the difference, right? The difference between experiencing and navigating something versus what it actually means to energetically embody it, right? And here's the thing about it, like, and I think that's really beautiful that your guides, right? Your guides kind of introduced you to this energetic vision, because it's almost like, I like to point out, it's like the guides bringing in a side to you that others would effectively navigate as their manifestation goal, right? Which is not the space by which you're doing something and being like, oh look, like, you know, you being like, look at that, and you being like, yay, but being like, you know, I know if you want to get over there, right? I know you want to get over there, but this is what it's going to look like as you get there. You know, like this was, you know, and it's like the fact that you're like the fact that you're just kind of like, okay, like okay. But I want you to understand that like that is a sign of how much your guides care about you, right? Because the guides are effectively putting that there for you. Like, and I like to point this out, a healthy guide tries to prepare us for things, right? And even in the space by which we're trying our best to be prepared, we recognize and identify that we're not always perfect, right? It's not something by which we do like, it's not the space by which we do something at every moment, and at every moment we do something and we look at it and we identify that, um and I like to point this out, right? uh a healthy manifestation goal is not about perfect, it's about purpose, right? Like that's the truth of it. A healthy manifestation goal is not about perfect, it's about purpose. And so even in the space by which I see you effectively navigating that, right? Like I keep on seeing like you having to, like the guides effectively bringing this forward to you in the dream space. They're showing it to you specifically and particularly so that you can be ready to energetically contend with it, right? Because it's a space by which they say, like, it's a space by which you identify and recognize what that feels like. And it's a lot, right? But your ability to effectively understand that you going, like you navigating that is how you're you're helping others, or how you're effectively articulating what you're trying to do. You know, I like to stress it. There, you recognize that the reason that the guides are doing that is because they're also showing you the nature of the shadow work that you'll probably experience as it relates to others who will try to identify that that is like that. They'll try to point and say like, oh, they're just doing that for, like, you understand the reversal there, right? You understand how another person will try to identify the fact that the purpose that you have, they'll try to point up to that other thing and say that's the reason, right? And you'll have to kind of perpetually kind of anchor that, because that's working through others' misperception of your perception, right? So it's not only the journey of navigating your purpose and the icky, like the weirdness that you're navigating as you're moving towards it, but also navigating others' misalignment in relationality to why you're articulating or why you're doing something. Like that's the hardest part when we're working towards purpose. It's not just the fact, like, this is why it's so hard to work towards purpose. You're not just working towards your own purpose, but you have to contend with the shadow work, the others' shadow work that they don't deal with, in terms of like working through you moving through your purpose, and them trying to articulate that your purpose is somehow a burden to them because they misperceive your intention. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I feel like that was like, that's like, that is like, you understand the full context of the fact that they're bringing that forward, like, and I think that they're even bringing it forward to you in like the most, like, this is what our guides do, in the most grand way, so that you can effectively embody and recognize, right, like that's, you are like already facing it, so that you feel energetically fortified should that day arrive. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings today. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Exactly. Yeah, it's like it is. It's like exact. I think like the anchoring is exactly why they're bringing it forward. And again, I'm glad. I hope anything that I've given you to hear is helping you through that journey. Absolutely. Thank you for also being here and receiving these messages. How you doing today, Ruby? And thank you as well. All right, my friends, one card, thank you. We are moving back to one card readings for anyone who is a super fan, or anyone who is a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos. So if you are a paid member or a super fan who have not had a card pulled today, just let me know. And let me know what your question is. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. And I'm just going to read over some of Julia's comments before we continue. No, I can see why you don't share it. So they probably won't understand. No, I get it. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, and I think that it's important because I feel like they're coming up in order to help you ground. I got you, Julia. You got two cards coming through, right? Just don't rush through things. Slow it down, right? Don't go faster, go slower, especially with the Four of Wands and it's upright. Animal oracle. Yeah, we've got the crane energy, right? Which is saying to me, like, I just keep on hearing like allow something, like allow your ability to move through something naturally is also you effectively setting the pace, right? I got you, Yaz. One moment, please. Excellent. Ooh, I've got the King of Pentacles in its reversal, which is interesting because I feel like it's something, like it feels like something that you've done previously. It feels like something that you have an energetic connection with. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this Four of Wands. I feel like it's almost like there's something about you coming into that feels like it's familiarizing yourself with something that you used to do a great deal in a past life. Animal oracle. Yeah, specifically with the water dragon. I feel like there's almost something about like your ability. I don't know what it is. Like I keep on hearing like your ability to move into emotion, to summon emotions, is something that has always been very close to you. I don't know if you're someone who like I keep on hearing like you keep, because you keep a lot of your um you keep a lot of your emotions within. So I feel like there's something about you, um like it feels like there's a deeply spiritual connection in you being able to summon your emotions. So I see you being able to like particularly connect to energetic roles that require a lot of that emotionality is what I keep on identifying. I got you, Yaz. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right, my friends, final call for anyone who is a paid member who has not had a card pulled today, or anyone who is a super fan that has not had their free one card. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you missed the Daily Collective, it'll be up over, it's now up over on my stack. You'll also find it over on the place where we keep the videos. If you became a super fam today or a paid member, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fam only disco channel, and just send me a disco gift and I'll send you an invitation to the disco. You can introduce yourself there to the collective, and you'll also find there a special coupon code that will give you a discount too. Our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, July 17th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be studying the two cards in the Minor Arcana. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and connecting to these readings. Huge thank you. We'll be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mod, K Megan. I hope you're getting rest wherever you may be. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful evening. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.